Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once more to everybody's favorite Funny Accusation February! That's right! You get a rape! And you get a rape! And you get a rape! No, but this is a very serious situation. Very serious. The situation, the situation with the thumbnail lady was one that I just became aware of, I think, yesterday. This is like brand new information. It's probably a few days old. Actually, but it's brand new information for me. I became aware of it. Watched some videos about it. The long and short of it is, this fellow who goes unnamed throughout the video, charitably, because, you know, it's not a video meant to, ruin his reputation or something, but maybe more cynically, it might be looked at as because the person who uploaded the video knew that people would be able to piece together who it was, that they were talking about, with the info provided. But, you know, that's the more cynical look. But yeah, apparently this person, this user, this unspecified Minecraft streamer who is British, and I mean, like, it's sort of a thing, like, I think people would have been able to figure out who it was even if there wasn't, like, you know, a history of this person interacting with this accused person. But it's all in some way connected to the fucking dream sphere. I really should have put like MCYT in the hashtags to get all the dream endies in here. But more or less, the lady is accusing a fellow who does Minecraft streaming of biting her a lot, past the point of the safe word, or no, biting her up to where she has to say the safe word and then stopping, which, on the face of it, the way I describe it, it doesn't sound like that. It's a somewhat convincing video. I might not be doing it justice. It's somewhat convincing. The people that I've seen talking about it, they've been convinced that the guy at least is like a bit of a weirdo, and I think that's possibly true, but it's somewhat convincing. It doesn't seem as full of shit as some of the other videos we've seen. However, yeah, ultimately the big complaint is that they were in a consensually abusive relationship, like a BDSM thing, where he would hurt her up until a point where she would cry uncle, and then he would stop. And apparently that's a problem, I guess. I guess that's alright. She describes it better than I'm describing it. It is somewhat convincing. But that's the Minecraft situation. It's a lady named Shubble. I've never heard of her before, but a lot of people are talking about her now. I've never, I mean, I don't know anything about the Minecraft people. I mean, I think I barely in passing have heard the name of the other guy. The alleged individual who stands accused, allegedly, because he doesn't actually technically stand accused. Technically, she didn't name him, so it really is kind of funny that he decided to, like, come out on his own and because that's the thing, is he has now, it's this guy Wilbur Soot. He has now come out on his own and said that he's not, or that he's very sorry and her concerns are valid, and he's trying to do better. And there's also one important thing where he goes, yeah, we were in a relationship where I was consensually biting her, and then she would say no, or she would tell me to stop when it got too much, and we were both into it, but her concerns are totally valid. They're totally valid. I'm a very bad person. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. So there was like a weird moment there where it was like he was almost being like, yeah, I didn't do anything wrong actually, but you know, very valid and brave. But I mean, again, I don't think he did nothing wrong necessarily. It doesn't sound like he was necessarily a very nice person. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like he was kind of less than based. I mean, you know, not what you want, not what you probably want in a relationship. So it's really not a scenario of like, yeah, I'm really on X person's side. I don't think either person necessarily. I mean, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. We're also going to maybe talk about the Chugga Footboy situation. Somebody's car's getting stolen. Good for them. I hope that I hope they picked a good one. The thief. I hope he picked a good one. Yeah, there's accusations swirling around an individual known as Chugga Conroy, who I hadn't heard of in the last 10 years or something, but apparently he was busy in the DMs of trans women sniffing around for feet pics. I thought that it was all just the Lady Emily thing, but now there's also new stuff. Well, not new, it's about a month old, but new to me, damn it. Brand new stuff. Brand new earth-shattering information just dropped about Chugga Conroy. About how he might be more than just into, you know, trans feet. I haven't done a lot of digging into this. Chat might need to direct me toward a video that just like, or maybe I don't know, just some direction of where I look for the hot deets, you know, on that one. We're not gonna get to that one just yet. We're gonna start with the other thing. But yeah, it's finally time for the foot stuff. I didn't know that there was a whole bunch of pedo shit swarming too. I mean, he's like allegedly he's DMing like 15-year-olds and stuff. And he's doing that kind of Austin Jones thing where he's like, heh, well, I guess it's pedophilia then, or something like that. I saw something like that. Might be wrong about exactly what's happening there, but yeah, not necessarily good if it's all if it's all true. It didn't look it didn't really look like anything that wasn't. I mean, there's two separate things there. There's the Lady Emily stuff about him like being thirsty for feet pics, and that has a little bit. There's some question about that. Whatever else, though, I don't know anything about the other allegations. The potential 15-year-old allegation. I don't know about that. I don't know about none of that. But you know, maybe we'll get into that. I do know. I have caught myself up somewhat on the just the feet pic stuff with Lady Emily, or I think it was just Lady Emily. I don't know if there were more people, but I don't know. We'll get into that as it comes to it. But we're gonna start with this Minecraft individual. He's a Minecrafter. Do you have a Lego claw for driving? I think I have a bingo without the video even play. How did you manage that? How'd you wait, like one of those mean bingos that are against me? One of those anti-me bingos? No, Lego claw? No, I don't really need to drive, frankly. My feet identify as non-binary. Turkey Tom did a good job with the whole Chugga foot thing. Well, I'm looking for something that doesn't have, you know, opinion necessarily. Like, I would prefer to, if somebody just has like a doc, they could DM me or something with all the pertinent info. That would probably be best. Like, I don't need to watch a fucking video, you know. But like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what fucking Twitter threads I need to sift through in order to find out about Chugga Conroy, you know. So if somebody has that info, maybe get it to me on Discord or whatever. Yeah, but we'll get to that. You got time if you want to help me out with that. We got time for that. We're gonna start with the Minecraft Andy, and yeah, apparently this is someone involved. Well, this woman is not, I don't think, necessarily involved, but the person she's talking about is involved in is involved in the Dream sector of the internet. If you're familiar with Dream. You know, he's apparently one of the dream friends, apparently. And this woman looks like Anya Taylor-Joy with red hair. She's 30, apparently, but she looks like she's, you know, 18, 19. The guy she's talking about also, I don't know how old he is, but he looks like a fucking high school student. He looks like he's got broccoli hair. Like, I mean, I don't think it's quite broccoli hair, but it's one of those kind of fucking haircuts. It's one of those fuckboy haircuts. So these are people that are like, you know, maybe a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit, potentially not as mature as they should be. I mean, hey, it's a difficult, it's a society we're living in, you know, people are not, necessarily raised right. So you wind up being 30 and maybe you have some things that you need to deal with, you know, in your life. Maybe you aren't able to, you know, wash clothes with detergent. Maybe you aren't able to recognize that a person who doesn't wash clothes with detergent is not somebody you should be dating. You know, things that you might know by the age of 30, potentially. But, yeah, no, again, these are both Minecraft individuals, apparently. If you're not familiar, most people here probably aren't familiar. But, once again, I want to go into this saying this is a more convincing video than, like, the Super Mega one, or for fuck's sake, the Scammer Payback one. That was a nightmare. That one was just awful. This one's a lot more convincing in terms of, like, it doesn't feel like she's just trying to just, like, fucking ruin someone's life or something. She seems more like she might have actually been affected by the actions that were taken here, but it doesn't necessarily equate to abuse, necessarily. I think that it's less malicious than some, but and maybe more founded in reality than other stuff that we've seen recently. But I don't think it's fully. I don't think I'm on board with it fully based on what I've seen of this video. I don't think I'm on board with a lot of these funny accusations fully. Some of them are kind of setting off the bullshit detector, but a lot of it seems like it's a lot more legit than some of the things we've sifted through recently. Let's get into this here.
Jazz in the background because it seemed awkward being quiet, but I don't think you can hear it, so I'm just gonna...
We missed a little of the intro loading part of the saying. Loading go.
Turn it off. Hello. Welcome. We are in emote only because I'm just gonna be talking today, and then I'm gonna go.
Is this really not in any better? Oh yeah, 360p. It's the best we can do. All right, they're not sending their best.
Very, very low. There's no need. It felt weird leaving you in silence, but I'm here, so. Hello.
Are we gonna do a bingo? I'm not doing a bingo. I mean, do we need to do a bingo? I mean, okay.
He's a molester.
Oh no, I didn't mean to.
He's a child molester.
Well, she's not a child. She's 30. But, you know, hang on, I'll set up the bingo, because somebody said that they were already, like, at a bingo before the video started. It might have been because of me, it might have been a me bingo, because there's now an extra bingo. There's a secret bonus bingo, that's mean. It's just a mean bingo that's making fun of me. It's very mean. But let me see here. I'll get the bingo going. We'll Is it disrespectful to do the bingo, do you think? I don't know. This is just what we do on the stream. It's not personnel. It's nothing personnel. We just do bingo on the stream. That's a common thing that we do here. It's not directed. It's not a directed attack bingo by any means. It's just a perfectly ordinary bingo. It's not intended to be a mean or rude bingo. It's a legit bingo. A user on Elm Street, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get you all the link here. These e-girls are such a jarring shift from the typical user subject. Well, you say that. They aren't really, though, because, like, again, a lot of the stuff that we look at in these funny allegation February segments, it winds up being weirdly similar to the shit that we see just in, like, user drama when they're fighting with each other about nothing. They'll make, like, allegation videos about, you know, sometimes very questionable subject matter. So, you know, sometimes stuff that is not necessarily worth making an exposed video about. And, you know, you see that and it's like some of the behavior patterns, some of the armchair psychology bullshit that I can point at and go, ah, yes, I see, I'm very smart, I understand what you're doing there, yes. You know, you get some of that with these types of videos. It's not quite the same, but it's alarmingly not that different sometimes. So we're gonna generate a bingo. We got a this user. Sadly, man, if you missed last night's stream where a guy was loudly screaming in Japanese and doing a Super Sentai transformation sequence, and then his mom showed up and told him to shut the fuck up. His mom showed up and was like, Steven, please, quiet down. I mean, almost on par with like a Chibi Neko Ultra J-Man moment, but he did then quiet down and, you know, he was a good boy. He didn't give his mom any lip or anything. He didn't stay up to all hours of the night playing Paper Mario or something. Well, that was a very good moment. Fatherless behavior. I'm going to say that's at least true for what I've heard of the guy. We'll wait and see if fatherless behavior needs to be ticked. It seems like there may be some situation where maybe a role model needed to step in and inform some of the individuals involved that they perhaps are being cringe. I don't know. Society, doxing self or others, not really. Unreasonably upset, something unimportant. Well, we'll get into the bingo as we go. Somebody said they almost had a full bingo. I'm trying to force a bingo right out the gate, but let's get started here.
I want to talk about something today that I'm very nervous. I feel sweaty. I had a sweater on. I had to take it off. I'm going to try and I wrote down pretty much everything I think that I want to say to keep track of sort of all the points that I want to make sure I don't forget anything. So I will be reading from something, a good portion of the time.
Scripted. I can't believe she scripted this. That's so disingenuous, bro. L. She took some L's on this one.
But not 100% of the time.
Well, it makes sense you'd want to maybe collect your thoughts a little, at least have, like, notes. I don't tend to like to do full scripts as much as I like to just have, like, bullet point notes that kind of help me through a thing like that. Maybe that's sort of what she's getting at.
And I just wanted to make sure I got all of my thoughts down in words ahead of time. I really like writing down my thoughts. So I did that. Oh, hold on. Can I turn ads off? I think that maybe we
Can she turn ads off? Let's see. She is a professional streamer. She is a professional streamer whose room looks like a set for a streamer that would be sponsored by, like, the Chinese government or something. So she's definitely a professional streamer. She has the chair and everything. I'm sure she can figure out how to turn off ads on this stream.
Ads off today.
Let's see.
How do I make that happen?
How do we make that happen?
Should have had that already. I should have had that already. I actually don't even know how to make that happen. You know what? That's just gonna have to be that way. I'm so sorry.
It's just gonna have to be that way, guys. Don't even know how to make that happen. I think it's about 3 or 4 clicks, depending on where you are on your Twitch. I mean, like, where, you know, like, if you're on your Twitch dashboard, I don't think it's more than maybe a scroll of the wheel and then a click. Maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 clicks at most. Not that much. It's not that difficult, I don't think. I mean, I'm certainly not a professional Twitch streamer, and I think I would be able to figure out how to turn off ads on a stream if I wanted to. I could certainly do it on YouTube if I wanted to. Actually, I'm not sure. I think YouTube forces them sometimes, but couldn't figure it out though. She gave it a full, 10 seconds of looking, so it's fine.
I'm all good. Yeah, okay. Today's just gonna be talking. I'm just gonna start reading from what I wrote, and go from there. I have a really big coffee. I'm gonna take a swig.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem. You get the person in chat who's like, me here for the downfall of the Minecraft YouTuber I don't like. That's why people get canceled, isn't it? I mean, it's just people don't like someone, and then you hear an accusation, and whether or not the accusation is just like, you know, he bit me too hard, people are just gonna run to the hills with like, oh my god, thank god he's a rapist and people don't like him anymore. Oh my god, I'm so vindicted. I feel so much better now that that guy is a rapist. That's how everybody felt with fucking Justin Roiland. Myself included. I'm including myself in this scenario. None of us are free from sin. You find out Justin Roiland is a rapist and you're like, oh, I knew I hated that guy. I knew there was a good reason I hated that guy. And that's why this happens. I mean, that's what you're banking on. It's like, I could just say some stuff sometimes about a person who, maybe they didn't necessarily do all of these things, but I'm gonna say it, and Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it, and people who are just kind of there just to, eat popcorn and watch someone's downfall or whatever are going to just kind of take it all in, I guess, And
I have my water, and I'm going to take a swig of that.
Necroplasty, that's right.
I have always liked telling my different experiences that I've had in dating, because it feels important to me to share what I've learned and maybe help other people to not make the same mistakes that I have before. I'm 30. I've dated a lot. I've gone on a lot of dates. I keep trying. And it's unfortunate that a lot of my dating history...
Can we just have... I have a great idea for a bingo space. Can we just have a bingo square that says red flag? There's no reason why I came up, there's no reason why that came to mind. Just maybe a good idea for the bingo. I just came up with that.
There were a lot of bad people that tried to manipulate or control me. But that's not to say that every person that I've dated has treated me poorly. Some people just weren't the right people. And speaking out about my bad experiences has never felt as important as it does right now, because silence has always brought me
the thing is, the way she's speaking right now, I mean, right up front, there's like a certain degree of like wiggle room in the words that she's using, where she's like, I've always wanted to speak about my experiences. It's like, okay, to her credit, in this video, she isn't just, like, naming the guy, calling him a sexual abuser and a groomer and yada yada, like the scammer payback thing. It's not like that. However, like I said earlier, the cynical view could be that she knows that she lays out enough breadcrumbs that people are going to do what they pretty quickly did and, connect those dots. That's, there's two ways of looking at it, certainly, but, whatever you gotta say, it's better, potentially, more believable that it's not just like a weird hit piece, that, it doesn't, straight up, name the guy or whatever. However, when she mentions that, like, talking about my experiences, it's like, okay, well, that could either mean, like, in this sort of way, very generally talking about someone I was with who did this to me, and that could be something, or it could be, I don't know, maybe a little more pointed than that, I guess. I don't know. There's a little wiggle room to that. There's a bit of, there's room for interpretation, you could say, in what exactly she means by all that, but alright.
And
nothing too crazy. There's red flags here and there, but everybody has red flags. Let's be real here. If you don't think you have red flags, that's one of your red flags. I gotta be honest with you.
This time, it feels like my silence is not keeping my peace. It's only keeping somebody else's peace. And I never thought that I could be the kind of person to end up in a situation like I did. I never thought that could happen to me. And so, for me, this is important because it could help anybody else see the signs sooner than I did, or hopefully avoid a similar situation.
Here's the thing, though. So one of the people I was watching the, I think it was the Chud Logic stream talking about this, and he had some decent takes about it. I think I agreed with a good amount of what he said. There were some moments there where there were some things I thought were. I don't know. I'm mashing it together a little bit, I think, with the other stuff I've seen about this, but yeah, no, there's been some stuff said, and one of the things that's been pointed out is just
sooner than I did.
I want to point out the signs so people can see the signs and take action before I did. But then I guess it's victim blaming, though, if you look at her thing and you're like, well, wait, why were you with this guy? I mean, I guess that's what the point of the video is to victim blame, to look at the video, to look at her experience and go, oh yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Oh yeah, this guy seems like a weirdo. Don't do that next time. It's like every time I would stub my toe or something as a kid, my dad would go like, well, don't do that next time. Like, yeah, okay, well, that's great. I guess it's something like that, except you're kind of, I guess it's just so other people can be aware in the future. I mean, I'm gonna be real, a lot of what is meant to be, like, stuff that people should be aware of, though, in this video, winds up being stuff that's like, you know, he never bathed. Like, I don't know, stuff that's like kind of, I want to say a little bit obvious that you might have, it might be a bit of a red flag, you know?
Or hopefully avoid a similar situation entirely, because
Wilbur has another victim. Now, when you say victim, do you mean somebody else he bit a little bit? Do you mean victim in that sense? Because I know there is another person that was accusing him of biting. But, like, again, it seemed, I don't know, we'll get into it, but as far as she says, it's like, I mean, they had a safe word, she eventually said it, and then he stopped. I don't know, is the safe word supposed to be like the second drain in the tub, where if you fill it up to the second drain, you've already filled it too far, and it starts to, like, well, that's what happened to me. I filled my fucking drain up too much, and it went past the fucking the safety drain, like, messed with the plumbing, man. Maybe that's what that's for. I don't know.
Truth is, it was dangerous. There were a lot of things wrong in this relationship that I endured some pretty terrible treatment, and I might touch on some things here and there about that, but if I feel like it's important to the overall context. But what I want to stay focused on is this is a
strange way of putting it, though, because, like, it's a 33-minute video. I mean, she gets into the fact that the guy doesn't, like, clean himself properly, so, like, what, I don't know, is that really relevant to the context? I mean, it's maybe relevant in a general sense of, like, his overall character, maybe, but in terms of, like, the specifics of what happened to you, and, I don't know, eventually it just gets into, like, he couldn't even fucking, you know, wipe his own ass, and I had to buy toilet paper for him, and like, I don't know.
Specific issue, and the things that happened matter-of-factly, and the things that people saw and witnessed in our circle. It took me 10 months after to heal, and I spoke with multiple
Wow, those bites must have been really bad.
And tried different forms of therapy. I tried somatic therapy. That one was actually really good for me. Because that one actually helped me release a lot of built up anger I was having over the last year. But the anger that I was...
I'm not sure what somatic therapy is, but, you know, good for you. I'm just over here, just sat here like, man, you know, if you think about it, everybody could use therapy. Like, you know, in this modern world, You know, you want a job that has security, just become a therapist of some kind. You know, and you have just infinite people who have been in some way harmed, a victim of the modern age, in some way harmed by technology and other people harmed by technology. You just have infinite, infinite, infinite job security.
Feeling was for myself because I felt like I should have known
Better
that.
help, yeah.
So stupid at myself for sort of just staying through all of this. And I shared my story with a lot of friends after I started talking to therapists, and I was like, so this thing happened, and I wasn't really sure. It just seems weird now to me looking back, and all of them told me exactly what was happening in the words that I was too afraid to use.
See, like, so far, what I said before, like, this is much more convincing in terms of not being a hit piece. This feels like someone who, at the very least, I buy that she believes that she was hurt, you know, more than some of the other stuff where it feels like it's less about I was hurt and I want to talk about it and more about you wronged me and I will destroy you kind of thing, which seems to be a good number of these types of videos. This one seems like it's more from a genuine place at the very least. Again, I don't think necessarily you would objectively call what she describes in coming up here as exactly as abuse, but I don't think she's necessarily doing this just to be like an attention farmer or something, the attention seeker. I don't think she's necessarily trying to do, not necessarily, but the video's also not that convincing. There's moments later that will also set off the red flag detectors. So I mean, just, you know, it's down the line a little bit on this one.
And I was being hurt in my last relationship. And it took me all of that time to see it through that lens. I even posted an anonymous story to Reddit that I have now deleted with an anonymous account. But in posting that, I found a dozen other stories that were exactly like mine, exactly the same way.
See, now this is a controversial thing. She mentions that it's now deleted. Now, I wonder if people could find that post, because I do wonder, I mean, it's not something that I would necessarily, bother with, because I'm just some guy who points and laughs at things. I don't do real work. Remember that guy said, I don't bring anything to the table, because I don't do hardcore journalistic journalism, which is true. I don't. It's true. However, to match up what she said here with what was maybe said in that Reddit post would be interesting. Why exactly was the Reddit post deleted if it was anonymous? It's a little suspicious. It's a little suspicious to be like, first of all, I mean, I guess I get why you would have done it anonymously, but why would you have deleted it then if it was anonymous? I mean, why even mention it here? But then mention also that you deleted it even. That's just, it raises some questions a little bit. It raises some questions. And yeah, I guess she's been like, I guess Reddit convinced her that this was abuse. I mean, I don't know if you want to lead with that. I don't know. That's not a good slug line.
And all of the comments said exactly the same thing. And I was so mad at myself because I was lying too. At a certain point to protect this person, because I knew that if I told my friends the truth, it'd make him look really bad.
Well,
I didn't think that I would.
Who gives a shit, though? I mean, like, your friends apparently saw him doing this to you. I mean, like, I guess this is a genuine question, because I know that this does happen in, situations like this. Whether or not it happened here, I don't know. It's all allegedly, but in a situation like this, yeah, people will witness their friends being, like, domestically abused and then just, like, say nothing and do nothing about it. I guess it's sort of, what are you supposed to say or do? It's not really any of your business, I guess. but I don't know. You probably want to say something, right? I don't know. I wouldn't. That's I've never been in that scenario necessarily, so I wouldn't know. But I guess I'm just like, I don't know. Why would you care what they even think? Oh, they're gonna think less of him. Well, they didn't think less of him while they were seeing him apparently abuse you this whole time. So who gives a shit? Fuck them.
And I practiced saying all of this, and I didn't cry. But it's easier to practice it when no one is listening. But he always cared more about how it looked, and that was really important, not what was true. And it was really subtle. When I hear about...
Well, I'm sorry, sister, but every week there's a new allegation video. I mean, literally, like, every week there's a new one. There's a reason why he would probably be concerned about that. I don't know, that one's not necessarily tripping the red flag detectors. I mean, it depends how... Was he, like, sweeping you for bugs or something? I mean, like, I don't... it depends how far he goes with it, but... based on the video that I'm currently watching, I would say that some degree of caution in that regard is fucking smart, probably. There's been like 3 this year already.
Of hitting. I think of hitting and punching. So I thought that this wasn't violent enough to be abuse. I thought that it was just like a constant accident that he kept hurting me. But he's not hitting me.
He just keeps falling down the stairs. You just keep falling down the stairs by mistake, you know?
And it didn't start as something that he did to hurt me. He had this habit.
And now we're getting into it, people. Harmful Opinions called this guy the Minecraft Masticator. I'm going for Minecraft Vampire, just because people have started to note that Leviathans are coming for you. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out yesterday night, or last... it came out today, but I started playing it last night, and one of the summon materia that you get, I think like a pre-order DLC or whatever, you get the Leviathan summon materia. So Leviathan is now come for me. Leviathan is ready. I can summon the Leviathan to fight the Midgard Sormer if I really need the help. So that's very cool. Leviathans have come for Wilbur Soot, the Minecraft vampire. Here we go with the biting allegations.
It didn't start as something that he did to hurt me. He had this habit.
I could literally cancel you, Sephiroth!
Which is so weird to me now, but he said that he had this habit since he was a kid, and even his mom said that was true. And he said it was just affectionate, and that might have been... I mean, I think that might have been true maybe at the start, but
so apparently there is another person who also... This is another part of how they pieced together that it was this Wilbur guy. I guess there was another person, or maybe... This might have been in response to the allegations. Someone was just like, oh yeah, he bit me too! Like that. It might have been that. It might have been that. I mean, I don't know if there was an existing thing before all of this where, like, maybe as a joke it was like, haha, Wilbur likes to bite people or something like that. I don't know if that was like an existing thing at all. But, I mean, if it is somebody who just saw these allegations and was like, get me too! Hashtag me too! Then, well, I mean, that is a little bit questionable, I guess. But she is saying that, yeah, he's done it since he was a kid. The mom said that it was a thing. I mean, people have, like, oral fixations sometimes. I guess that's maybe that's part of what his deal is. Definitely seems throughout this, like, this guy is a bit of a strange fucking dude. Like... I don't know, I don't think it's crazy for a guy to want to bite a woman, but just the way that it is described in this, I can't help but just think that, like, is this guy, like, just drooling on her like she's a chunk of meat that he, like a Bonk's Adventure cartoon, like, meat log on a bone? You know, he's trying to like eat her for health points or something. What the way that the biting is described, it doesn't even sound sensual or sexual. It just sounds it just sounds weird. Which is probably on purpose. I mean, okay, cynically you'd say it's probably like on purpose to make him seem like a weirdo. But I mean, even non-cynically you'd say it's probably not meant to be like a sexual fucking video. It's, you know, it is trying to establish a certain type of narrative, you know. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, even if you're fully 100%, you know, innocent, you've got a narrative of innocence, whatever. So I mean, I'm just saying, this one comes down the line a little bit.
I feel that I have
Still,
no reason to believe
the
that
biting
every part of it was a lie, but that's just my personal opinion. And I had no problem with just biting. That isn't even the most uncommon thing. But he did mention something.
It was the bite of 87. That's right.
Early that I should have taken as a red flag. And he wanted to make sure that I was okay with him biting me because he didn't want me to come back later and say that he abused me, which I thought was really weird.
Hang on, just yeah, that would be a weird thing for somebody. It's very strange that somebody would be concerned about such a thing. And in this day and age, no less. I mean, it's current year. Come on.
Considering he had never hurt me before. And so why would I call it abuse? And why was he thinking about that? And I thought he was being sweet.
What's weird about it? I mean, that he's concerned that every week there's another fucking video like this that comes out, so... I mean, like, I don't see what's strange about that you're just, like, a little bit... Hey, you know, before we get into this thing where I'm gonna be, like, hurting you and let's just make sure that it's absolutely consensual. Like, let's just make sure, like, I don't know, like, she's trying to make it seem, I mean, even like it's an image thing or whatever, like, oh, you're gonna cancel me. It might not even be that. It might just be legitimately, like, I want this to be, like, enthusiastic consent or whatever. I want to make sure that you're okay with this. I want to make sure, like, something like, I don't know, I find it strange to be like, he was so concerned with me making an expose video about him in your expose video about him. It's like, well, I mean, kind of seems like he might have had a reason to be, I guess. I don't know.
Checking on.
I guess it is weird if you, like, just kind of spring that on someone, just like, you're not gonna tell anybody about this, are you? Like, yeah, I guess, if it does just come out of nowhere, I guess. I mean, but I don't know. Did it? No, it doesn't really seem like that's the way that would happen.
I was still comfortable, but of course I was, because he hadn't hurt me, and why would I think he ever would? And then he did, for the first time, by accident. And I don't specifically remember the actual first time that he bit me too hard by accident, because I didn't think that it would be significant.
I mean, the weird thing about this, the one thing that I'll say that is strange about this, the way that she describes the biting, I think what might be making it to a little bit like what's giving me the image less of, like, again, sexual biting, like a fucking hickey or something, and more of, like, a fucking caveman, like, teething on a log. You know, maybe the other reason I'm thinking of that is because that's really the only thing that is described in here that is kind of vaguely sexual, I guess. And so by nature of that, it makes you wonder if it is even sexual at all. Because it isn't like he was a sexual deviant, he was biting me, he was doing all this other crazy stuff. No, it seems to be that he was just biting her. As far as she says, anyway. It seems that his only thing is that he's biting her. He looks at woman and sees food. How fat do you have to be to look at a computer and see food? But, you know, I guess that's the way it's described. It's not like he was like an insane fucking sexual, you know, monster who wanted to, like, tie her to the side of a skyscraper or something. You know, it seems like the one thing that's really mentioned throughout this is the biting, so maybe it's not even sexual. Maybe it really is just he's got, like, a weird fucking thing that he does. I don't know. Maybe he is, like, a strange caveman.
I thought that it would only happen once. And he started biting me more and more over a period
Maybe he
of
was
time,
just
sort of
hungry.
throughout the
Yeah.
whole
It's fine.
relationship. And accidents of him biting too hard and really hurting me happened more and more frequently. But he always seemed genuinely sorry, and he decided that he didn't want to keep accidentally hurting me. So we were going to use a safe word, so he could learn where my limit was, where my pain tolerance ended. And
Yeah,
saying that out loud.
This is what makes it a little strange, you know, watching this now for like the second or third time. Just like, yeah, the fact that nothing else sexual is brought up and they have a safe word for seemingly exclusively just him biting her. It makes me, here's the thing. If this is true, it's very, very strange, obviously. But it's so strange that it makes me wonder if there's stuff missing from this story a little bit. Like, if there's stuff she's not saying, because, like, I don't know, you had a safe word just for him biting you? That was the only thing. I mean, nothing else is detailed in this video. It's not like he was, you know, forcing her to get fucked by a pack of hobos or something. He was just... he was just biting her, apparently. That's the only thing. So, you had a safe word just for that? That is either incredibly strange or a little bit suspicious. Incredibly strange for him or a little bit suspicious for you. It's so weird of a thing to suggest that he's got a safe word just for the biting and nothing else mentioned. No other wacky, insane shit. Just the biting. Not even anything else even remotely sexual from, I don't think. I think it's just the biting. I don't know. That is very strange. That's either very strange or maybe something is missing from the story.
Now doesn't sound like that's not very sound logic. But at the time I thought he cared about not hurting me. But in reality, it's like, why are you biting so hard? And why do you have to bite so hard? And it shouldn't be that hard of a problem to stop.
Maybe she didn't feed him enough. It's like an animal at the zoo. She's just gotta like she's gotta feed him some fucking like camel feed or whatever. He just eats it out of her hand, you know, and it's one of those, you know, he's eating it, but it's like he's eating it with his lips and his tongue, you know. Like I can see it now.
That shouldn't be that hard. And he disguised it as this really quirky part of our relationship and was
Somebody says he admitted it, bruh. Well, son, I don't think you understand. When you have a very large audience of Minecraft follower children, you have to do the thing where you go, she's valid and I'm sorry and I'm very sorry and I'm sorry and I'm very sorry and she's valid and I'm sorry. But then also he included a little part in there where he goes, yeah, and it was all totally consensual and everything was something that she was, you know, we were both reciprocally into. But I'm sorry, I was very wrong and I did it, I'm very wrong, I'm sorry. It was a little bit, I don't know about the admitting to it necessarily. I mean, he admitted to it because that's like what you do. It's also very funny that he admitted to it when, like, technically none of this was actually like you know, addressed to him. It's funny that he did just decide to be like, no, it's me, I'm the bad boyfriend and I'm a slob and I'm terrible and again, it's like admitted to it, but like besides the weird biting thing, which is like, all right, that's your first clue, right? Ladies, hey, you want to not wind up in a situation where you're with a weirdo? If he's like actively trying to gnaw your arm off like a zombie from Yakuza Dead Souls, then you maybe stay away from him. You don't book that next date. And that's not victim blaming, because this whole video's purpose is to say, this is some stuff, this is to call out the signs to watch out for so people don't wind up in the same situation kind of thing. Well, sign number 1. Is he a Romero zombie? In that case, sign number 1, is he Blackula? Well, I have a great YouTuber you can get in contact with if so.
Comfortable sharing it with his friends to the point that he would do it in front of them. He thought it was this really funny story to tell and a good bit to take my arm and bite me in front of everybody until I literally shout in pain.
Okay, now here's my question, right? Again, who are these friends? Who is just, like, seeing this and seeing this guy, like, fucking biting into her until she's, like, a bloody meat stump? And what are they all doing? They're just, like, laughing and clapping and fucking doing hookah dabs? What are they up to? What's my character doing during all of this? What's my motivation during this scene?
And then I have to laugh it off because I'm so embarrassed and I don't want to cause a scene in front of all of our friends. And I'm sure everyone was a little bit uncomfortable, but as long as I was saying that it was fine, nobody really felt like they needed to be concerned, and that's not anybody's fault because I was lying. I was lying and it wasn't fine because...
Okay. Now here's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, all right, you're an abuse, if you're an abuse victim, you're gonna kind of comply with something that's happening. But I don't know, the guy, we haven't seen a picture of him, but he looks like he could be the next Spider-Man actor, and he would look even spindlier than the current Spider-Man actor. I don't know. Why were you lying necessarily? I mean, like, it's not. I don't know. Is he gonna ruin your reputation or something? Like, what? I don't know what power he necessarily. He looks like a very, very small little man. Like, I don't think it's a physical advantage that he would have over you. So I guess I'm confused as to why you would even put up with that, really, and like lie about that to your friends and everything. And then that raises the question of like, well, okay, but like you understand that makes it look like you were consenting to it at the time, but now you're saying that you changed your mind or something, or like, I said that, but I didn't mean it. Like, well, that's probably not helping your case necessarily. I don't know, but I mean, I guess I can understand in a lot of scenarios why you wouldn't want to like aggravate the person that's abusing you, but I don't know. I mean, it's not just a physical thing, I'm sure. I just don't know what it would be that this guy would have on her. This tiny, shrimpy little man would have to have on her that she would be like terrified of just being like, hey, cut it out with the fucking biting. We're at a Denny's. Would you fucking chill out with the fucking biting? You know, she had to pretend to be okay with it, like, I guess out of fear, we're meant to believe, I guess, but like, why would you be afraid of this guy? I don't know why. That's not really made clear. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just something I'm not getting here. I can see where she's coming from with it, maybe, but I guess I don't fully get what's going on with this.
I would go home later and I tell him how
he's quite tall.
How much I didn't like.
He seems like a very, very spindly looking man. I don't know. Hang on. Let me find a picture of this guy. Let me find a picture of this individual. Why do I have CD Romance open? Oh, okay. Let's see here. I mean, again, this is not the only thing. Like, it's just because the guy is like, whatever he looks like doesn't really make him, you know, like, she could still be reasonably and justifiably afraid of him for whatever reason. He might be like threatening violence and stuff, sure, you know, but I will say, I mean, again, this is the guy. Maybe he's tall, but like, I don't know, on a purely physical basis, I find it hard to believe that anyone would why do they all have these glasses? What is with these fucking glasses? Jesus Christ, they all have them. I find it hard to believe that anyone would be necessarily, like, physically, you know, afraid of this person. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just me as a big, scary man or whatever, but he just doesn't seem particularly intimidating. We're not dealing with a we're not dealing with a level boss here. But you know, again, that's not the only metric by which someone could be terrified of someone. I'm just saying that's one thing where I look at him, I'm like, oh no, we don't want full screen. I look at him and I'm not necessarily, you know, if that was the only thing, I don't think I would be convinced. But you know, there's possibly more to it than that. Yeah.
And I need.
But again, it's just like, why the friends are all like okay with it, and you're saying you're okay with it, and now, like, retrospectively, it's a problem now. I mean, like, there's certainly scenarios in which that could be the case, but there's also, it's understandable why someone might look at a scenario like this and maybe be like, I don't know, it seemed like you said yes at the time, so, like, I don't know. I mean, like, if you had, I don't know. I don't know why she's, I guess the guy's super fucking Minecraft YouTube famous, so that's why she's, like, with him to begin with, but, it's just funny. As we go along, I'm just gonna continue going back to this picture of this guy. I think that this will be, I don't know, I think that this will be a funny picture to jump back to every now and then as we keep going.
To really stop biting so hard.
He bited
like
me.
It, and I tried telling him over and over again because he asked him to stop again. This time he said, this is who he is. He isn't going to change. Those were his words. And I remember...
I don't... This is... Like I said before, this is a scenario where I'm torn because he's either a very strange person or this is hard to believe. I mean, why would he say that? Like, what? Just the biting is so core. Is he a vampire or a cannibal or something? Like, why is that so core to his fucking being? I don't know where to come down on this one. When she says something like that, I'm like, this is either the strangest fucking guy in the world, or that's so strange that it's like jumping the shark a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know if I believe that fully. Like, this is super core to who he is. This is who I am. I'm never going to change. No, I don't want therapy. I just want a bitch I can chew. God damn it. Give me a gummy bitch. I need me a fucking chewy gummy bear hoe.
A lot of specifically his words about certain things, especially at the end. Because I'm good at remembering words, and especially his wording, I became really good at remembering because he was constantly contradicting himself.
Again, chat member, I don't care that the guy had to make the stock standard industry apology. I'm sorry, I repent. She's valid, she's heckin' valid. Like, they all have to do that. That's not neither here nor there. And again, from what I recall, his apology does, like, just as you would have to do in something like this. It's also political. It's so political. It's so corporate and weird and, like, calculated, the way that these people do these, like, oh, my allegation apology. I have to consult with my fucking team about what, you know, how to say it. Because if you don't, then you get, what's her name with the ukulele video. You get some crazy shit like that, but... Yeah, you know, it's this thing that's like all, I'm sorry, she's a goddess, I'm sorry, I did everything wrong. By the way, it was all consensual, actually. I'm sorry. Like, just as a little quick throwaway, you know, because I guess that's how you have to do it. I guess that's how you have to do it.
And I would notice, but most of the time it wasn't worth picking a fight over.
Because, like, yeah, his version of this is that apparently she was into it, and she also liked being bitten. Which is, you know, that makes sense to me. I mean, like, people like that. It's not an uncommon thing for people to like, you know, biting or, you know, being bitten by people. It's not crazy. It's like, I would believe her if she just, I would believe it if she just told me, like, hey, yeah, we were into this thing, and I was into it too, and then he would take it too far, and it's like, okay, that's fair, yeah, that'll happen, sure. But it's like, so you weren't into this sexually, but you were, like, I guess just so, like, in love with him that you just allowed him to bite you, chewing you, fucking gnawing you for hours on end, like, This is, and to the point where you needed a safe word for seemingly just that. Not any other behavior, but just this guy's bizarre biting thing that's like core to his identity and who he is. It's such a strange scenario. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It's like, it's one of these things, it's like a magic eye painting. The more I'm looking at it, the fucking harder it is to focus on what's going on.
He would fight me on it sometimes because I would point it out, and he would insist that he had never said the thing that
Worst
he said.
user bingo ever. Yeah, well, I haven't been looking at it. Is it a sleepy use? She's not sleepy. Yeah, this might be a pretty bad user bingo. I said there's no point in doing a user bingo in this one. I just did it because why not, right? You know, but like, because somebody said they were close to a user bingo. I'll mark down fatherless behavior, but that's like blames everyone but themselves. Not even. I mean, she's putting some blame on herself here. Yeah, depressing. You know, sure. Parts later make me wonder if he's a literal neckbeard, but well, I've seen him, so no, I guess he's not literally a neckbeard. No, I don't think we're gonna get a user bingo on this one. I think I'm gonna duck away the bingo for now. I think that's fine. Let's go full screen on this bad boy. Although it is only 360p. I wonder if this upload here is in a higher resolution.
I have.
Let me see here. Wilbur's apology, quote unquote. All right. Support victims of domestic violence. Okay. So yeah, we got some better graphics, better ingredients, better pizza. Papa Shovel
Talked about forever 1 month in. He told me he hadn't been in a relationship in 5 years.
Too far ahead.
And we were friends for a time.
Too far ahead, god damn it.
And because I'm good at remembering words.
She's good at remembering,
and
okay.
Especially his wording, I became really good at remembering because he was constantly contradicting himself. And I would notice, but most of the time it wasn't worth picking a fight over. But he would fight me on it sometimes because I would point it out. And
so you say wording is important, but then you say something like that. He would fight me on it because I would point it out. Because the way that sounds is I would poke at him and then he would maybe not take it so well and maybe would not be happy to be picked at relentlessly. You know, like there's a way you could look at it where it's like, I don't know, there's, like I said earlier, wiggle room. Some of the things that I'm hearing here, I'm like, I can see the picture she's trying to illustrate here, but the same ingredients, the same colors, I could see a slightly different illustration here. I don't know.
He would
very
insist
slightly.
That he had never said the thing that he said. He definitely did say. And then he would say something like, "How are you so sure you're remembering correctly? Why are you always right?" And he definitely said the things that I heard him say, and other people heard him say. So
where's the evidence of that then? I mean, so he would go, "Why are you always right? Why am I? Why is it that you always remember, but I'm always the one that's wrong? But you're saying that you were right though, but you don't have any proof of you being right though. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. What the fuck? I'm sorry. This sounds. I don't like the sounds of this part here.
And he definitely said the thing. So sure you're remembering correctly.
Like the way that she depicts him here.
He definitely did say. And then he would say something like, "How are you so sure you're remembering correctly? Why are you always right?"
Like, I don't know. I could. That seems like it could potentially be a scenario where, like, is she like constantly like gaslighting him, belittling him? Like, he'll say something and she'll be like, "No, that didn't happen," and then like is like that. Maybe not, but I don't know. I'm analyzing this, you know, with a legal team of cheerleaders here. We're trying to figure out all the fucking between the lines isms.
He definitely said the things that I heard him say, and other people heard him say. So he had now at this point weaponized the safe word and was using it to ensure that I was hurt and on a constant basis.
Weaponized the safe word. I'm again, it's one of these scenarios, like, I know abuse definitely happens and it's a real, but I look at these and I'm like, well, okay, why can't you just say, like, no, I'm not interested in that, or fucking leave the guy? I mean, we find out later, and it's really buried in there, they're long distance. So, like, at any point, she could probably have just been like, you know, alright, well, I'm not flying out to see you again. You're weird and keep biting me, and, you know, like, no. And, like, it's not like, you know, I live with him and he'll beat me if I say no thing. It's like, hypothetically, like, she could have just pieced out at a certain point, right? I mean, I must be missing something here.
Was using it to...
Like, weaponize the safe word? What the fuck? Just, I'm sorry, did you say no? She seems to have pushed back a little, and he was like, this is who I am. This is who I am, Dr. Eggman! You know, but like, again, at that point, maybe that's when... You know, maybe I get it. It's like, okay, somebody's being abusive to you. You don't want to poke the bear, right? So, like, okay, you play nice. You appeal to them until you go home. And you fly back to your long-distance home that's away from him. And then you go, okay, retard, you stop biting people, and I'm never going to see you again. But for the next girl, you stop biting people. All right, peace out. I mean, there's feelings there, you know. It's more than that, obviously. But, like... I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like I'm missing something in all of this. Weaponize the safe word. Fucking... I'm so confused.
I'm sure that I was hurt, and on a constant basis.
Can women... Like, can't a woman just say no? This is what I'm... Like, this is what I don't understand in these scenarios. It's like, it seems like women don't ever say no. In these scenarios, they're always just saying yes because they're so afraid of things. In all of these, like abuse, you know, these expose videos, it's always like, the excuse is always they didn't say no because they were afraid. So it's like, do women, hey, guess what? No means no. You guys gotta learn about consent, women. You gotta learn. You gotta learn to say no, and then maybe things like this will stop, you know? It's always like, I was afraid to say, you live in another country! Why were you afraid? What was gonna happen? What was he gonna fly out to you? I mean, it seems like he didn't want to fucking even have you fly out to him. I mean, we're getting into it here, but one of the big takeaways that Harmful Opinions had watching this was that it seems like this guy just didn't even like her. And she's, like, litigating this whole relationship because he just was kind of not into her that much, and she was, like, more into him than... I don't know, we'll get into it, but, like, I don't know, he didn't really even want you there, so, like... I don't think he was gonna fly out to you and kill you or something if you were just like, no thank you on the biting, I'm good. You know, I mean, again, maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe there's stuff she's not saying because of privacy or because she doesn't, you know, understandably, she might be embarrassed about certain things or whatever. I guess that's fine. You know, that's certainly, you know, it's obviously it's her right to say this, but I don't know, the reaction I'm intended to have is obviously, you know, fuck this guy, but I'm just left wondering, like, okay, but, like, there's a lot of things here that aren't fully adding up. I mean, if it all does add up, then this guy is a big-time weirdo. But he seems like such a big-time weirdo that, like, I kind of don't... Again, this is the guy. And, alright, appearances aren't everything, but this guy doesn't look to me like a fucking... Like he would be one of the types of people that, you know, we look at on a stream, you know? A stream that's not like this. The way she describes him, it almost sounds like he is that type of person, so... I don't know, I mean, again, we're getting into it here, but... I don't know, appearances aren't everything, though, I'm just saying, some of it's not adding up.
And he wasn't sorry anymore.
Hang on, let's go back a little.
So...
He was weaponizing the safe word.
Now, at this point, weaponized the safe word. and was using it to ensure that I was hurt, and on a constant basis. And
Constant how? You were long distance.
wasn't sorry anymore. I couldn't even tell you the last time he had apologized for doing it anymore, because now sometimes he would bite me and I would yell out the safe word because it hurt so bad, and he'd clamp down even harder. And just for a second, just for good measure, before letting go.
Yeah, that's the bad part. Yeah, that would be the one part here that's like, yeah, if that's true, that's no good. You don't do that. That's the one part so far where I'm like, yeah, that sounds more abusive than anything else so far that I've heard. I mean, yeah, there is that. I guess at the end of the day, it is still just like an allegation. He did admit to it, but he did also say that it was all like, you know, I get much like the situation with Super Mega with the Don guy, where he's like, yeah, it was all consensual actually, but sorry. It did seem like, I mean, the way he depicts it is slightly different. It does come down to a bit of a he said, she said, but yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that she said where I'm like, all right, if that's true, that's, you know, unequivocally, that's not good. I mean, the biting thing in general, the way that it's depicted is a little strange, but I mean, people are into that. That's fine. The way that it's seems like he's into it is a little different, and it seems like that's the one thing he's into. But yeah, this is the first thing, yeah, where like telling him to stop, and then he'd like, you know, do it a little harder for a second, and then stop. That's not cool. You don't do that.
And sometimes I'd say the safe word and he'd grind his teeth down on my skin. And sometimes he'd smile after. Like a gloating grin. And during
but like if you were in an S&M relationship and you were into being hurt by him, then that would be a flirtatious thing. But it's not, this is why I'm so confused about this, because it's not really said that they're in like an S&M relationship. It's just said that I mean, that's the way he says it, is like they both were into it. But she's not talking about she's not talking about anything sexual. The only thing she's talking about is the fucking biting. So, I don't know. I mean, was it an S&M thing where they were both into it? Or, I don't, again, the way this biting is being described, it's fucking very strange. It doesn't seem to even have a fucking sexual element to it at all. I mean, what part of you was he even biting? I think she might have said, I think later on she mentions that he starts biting her on the leg so that people wouldn't notice. It's like, it's not even really like a normal place where you fucking bite like the I don't know, the nape of the neck or something like that. You don't, what are you, biting her fucking wrist? Are you trying to kill this woman? I don't understand.
I was filled with so much anxiety all the time that I was constantly nauseous, gagging daily, on occasion throwing up because of the pit that was in my stomach. I never told him about that, though. I was going and running away quietly to throw up in the toilet and rejoin our group of friends. But I felt so unwanted and ignored. And I would tell him that, and then he would reassure me that he wanted to be together and he loved me. He loved me more than I loved him, even. He would always insist that was true, like that. I love you.
So now we get into this, which is... Ultimately, it starts to get into, like... sort of like, I mean, shit, I'm sorry you had a bad relationship. I don't know. I don't know. At a certain point, I mean, like, yeah, the biting thing, but then we start to get into how he said he wanted to have kids, but then it turned out he didn't want to have kids. And I'm like, I don't know. It starts to get into really like nitty gritty specific fucking relationship detail, and I don't know. I check out a little bit
more, but he was like really serious about it. And looking back, I do believe that the way I was swept off my feet at the beginning of this relationship was 100% love bombing. And we were friends for a time. At least people would have thought that, actually. But I use the word friend very loosely because we had actually never spoke to each other outside of group chats we were in together when, like, a handful of times throughout.
I mean, but like, you know, people in the chat are like, oh, there's so many incels in chat and stuff, and I'm watching this, and it just says a lot about, like, I don't know, about everything, where I'm watching this and like, I'm asking myself, am I the incel? Because I'm just sitting here like, so this whole thing is just a narrative that she's spinning. And I don't mean that in like a, she's an evil, I just mean like, objectively, it's a narrative that she's spinning to us. She's telling us her story, literally. And there's no real details of their relationship. I mean, it's like the Lex thing kind of again. I'm like, is there not any, you guys were long distance, right? You can't show me any details of like you guys talking on Discord DMs and like how he would be like, I don't know, distant or something, something like that. It's just kind of down to like, she says this, and then the guy has to apologize, because of course he does, because everybody's already decided that he's guilty, because a lot of people just don't like the guy. Literally, there's a guy earlier in chat, there's a person earlier who was like, yeah, I don't like this guy, I'm so glad to see him get taken down. Like, so just automatically you have to have the like, I'm super sorry and it's valid and I'm sorry response written. But like, where I'm like, I don't know, is it really legitimately just like, I'm female and I say a thing and now this is the way it is, this is the story now? Because I don't have necessarily a problem. I mean, like, you know, a lot of what she's saying here, it does sound, you know, not great, but I'm left to be like, okay, and there's no way to prove that. I mean, she could have maybe taken pictures of the fucking bites or something, but that's like a hindsight thing, I guess. Although even at the time, if she had a problem with it, I mean, it might have, I don't know. But again, this is the whole point of this video, in her words, is to like lay out the stuff as signs for what not to do in the future, you know? So like, yeah, you know, you look at this and you're like, okay, well, yeah, in the fucking future, maybe if somebody's being weird and biting you, you could like, I don't know, have some proof of that, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, like, again, yeah, that's kind of like a hindsight 2020 thing. I guess my thing comes down to like, I guess I would like, in a scenario like this, the same thing as the Lex Super Mega situation. I would like to see just some example of who this guy was and what his relationship with you was like. It doesn't need to be like a fucking secretly recorded footage of him biting you, but I don't know, you're talking about the way he would treat you, the way he would behave, like, show some of that, I guess. I don't know, show some of that. I guess it's for the best maybe that she doesn't, because fucking the Lex and Super Mega thing, all of the messages she showed with her and Dawn just made Dawn look like kind of a nice guy. And same with the scammer Payback, they would show shit that was just actively contradictory to what was being told in the video. So I guess it's for the best maybe that you don't necessarily show the screen caps, but it's like, yeah, it doesn't have to be relevant to exactly what's being said here, but just like, give me an example of a conversation where he was being love bombing toward you, like on Discord. Again, they're like long distance. It has to be on Discord or some kind of fucking messaging app, right? So that shit's gonna be saved somewhere. So yeah, where was he love bombing you? Where was he doing any of these things? Just show us some of that. I mean, something, you know?
The whole time that we knew each other.
I mean, but no, it's like the guy, it's literally like the guy's career is over at this point, you know? Like, I love, too, that we start this video, and the way it starts, there's, like, a thing that comes up that's like, Wilbur's quote-unquote apology. I guess we're getting to that toward the end, too. The quote-unquote apology. I mean, it is an apology. It's, like, in no uncertain terms, an apology. but it's just, I guess it's not a good enough apology, you know, for the unverified claims that were made against him. The apology he made against those unverified claims was not good enough, so it's a quote-unquote apology. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess I'm an incel. I guess I'm just like the cynical incel, but I'm just left like, I mean, there really legitimately is nothing here. People in chat are calling this a nothing burger. Like, yeah, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. There is no proof of anything. Supposedly, friends saw this happening and they didn't get involved or anything. I mean, and sometimes that happens, but like, which friends? Are they gonna say anything about this? What the fuck? I don't know. I mean, where's anything? Where's anything other than just this lady saying it and I just believe it, I guess. I mean, all that being said, what she's saying is more convincing than the same situation that we've seen a few other times this month, but like, it is still ultimately just a lady saying some things, and that doesn't constitute proof of anything, or yeah, I don't know, really much more than just like some testimony that yeah, I mean, it's something. It's certainly a part of a larger picture, maybe, if there was more to it, but there really isn't. It's just her saying things. It's not I don't know. I don't know. Am I an incel for just thinking that like it's a little weird that she can just say this and just like everybody is just on board? I don't know. It's a little wild to me that that's the normal thing now. I guess it's just we keep seeing this and I'm like, yeah, this is more convincing than a lot of them, but I don't know. Big incels in chat. I would like any kind of proof, please. Deadwing Dork has taken some L's on this one. Reminder that that now classic quote came because I said that Mama Max should provide proof for calling Camden Gerard Davis a pedophile with hundreds and hundreds of victims. And somebody was like, I don't know why Deadwing's harping on this whole evidence thing. Deadwing Dork took some L's on this one. I guess I'm taking more L's, people. It's a never-ending series of L's. I'm sorry.
But did not talk to each other. So I wouldn't have even called him my friend until he found out I was single, waited a few weeks to reach out, and then we started a friendship. And then that friendship turned romantic, and then he made these huge romantic gestures. He wrote me the most beautiful love letter that I had ever read.
When was this? Are you sure that it wasn't written with ChatGPT? It could have been.
He called me his soulmate. He talked about forever 1 month in.
And so now it's like a situation where people are really quick to like demonize the guy or shit on the woman and say she's lying. And like, I don't know, I'm just left like, this just seems like two fucking people that have a lot of like problems. Like, I don't know, I feel like maybe both of these people need some kind of therapy. Like, she was apparently not able to detect that this guy was a bit of a fucking weirdo, and meanwhile this guy is like a crazy psycho who just is like gnawing on women left and right. And I mean, like, I don't know, it's like, and he's, you're my soulmate, and it seems like broken people. Which, I mean, that's fair. A lot of people are broken these days, but it seems like people who just, I don't know, they're hurt people hurting people kind of thing. I don't know, like, is that everybody involved in this needs some better help therapy in their lives.
He told me he hadn't been in a relationship in 5 years. He thought he could never find love again before he met me. He said he wanted someone to grow with. He wanted to be a dad.
No, we're not at the dirty room allegations.
And I didn't have a preference because my feeling of it is if the timing is right and with the right person, I could. But if that doesn't work out in time or the time, I'm not super pressed about it.
She's not super pressed, everybody.
But I started opening my mind up to the idea with him because it seemed so important to him. And I kept trying to talk to him to figure out where he was later on when I could tell things like were declining. And
if you could tell things were declining, I don't know, man. If you were able to tell things were declining, why were you still trying to make this happen? At a certain point, it's like, this is probably not the thing this is not the one. This is not the one that's gonna work out for me. It probably, you know, I don't know.
Now all of a sudden he's telling me he's not sure he wants kids at all. In fact, he has never been attached to the idea of kids. And I told him that isn't what he said before. And he said he's allowed to change his mind. And I'm of the opinion that in a relationship, there are a few things that you are not actually allowed to change your mind without...
That's not something that a lot of men would be granted a lot of freedom to say. Let's just put it that way. I feel like there's a lot of scenarios where if a man were to say, yeah, there's some things in a relationship you can't change your opinion about, kind of feel like that's a bit of a, I don't know if that one's equal on both sides there. But you know, yeah, but like, I mean, hey, you know, having a baby, you know, if you say that you're down for that and then later you're not, I mean, that's still not abuse though. You can just leave. Like, okay, he's changed his view on things, and then, okay, that's not the one for you then. All right then.
Letting your partner know, I think that kids is one of them. It wasn't even important to me. And I think marriage is one of them, so I brought that up next.
I'm so confused though, but I'm so confused though, because she's just a bloodied stump of fucking meat flesh. She's just being gnawed on day and night, left and right by this terrorizer. Why does she want to have kids with him? This is what I mean when I'm saying, like, I don't think I'm fully grasping what the fuck is happening. What exactly her point is. I mean, like, I feel like I'm missing something in this scenario. That maybe something got edited out of the video or something, but why would you want to have kids with this guy who's like a strange, drooling fucking freak who treats you like a chew toy? What the fuck? Why would you want children with this guy? To the point where him not wanting kids is now a deal breaker for you. Excuse me? It sounds like the world is safe, another fucking freak of nature. Thank God that guy's not reproducing.
And I asked if he still wanted marriage. He said he wanted to marry me. And then he said, now, I'm not...
Turn her up a little bit. Yeah, it does seem like she's a bit quiet. I have her at max, but I can click the boost volume here. She might be a little too loud now, but...
Quote, I'm not the commitment guy. You know that. I didn't know that. Why are you dating me? In fact, he was telling me the exact opposite every day. He would tell me he still wanted to be together. He wanted to work on all of the problems. He wanted to, like, he wanted me at the end of everything. He did not want to break up. He made that very clear.
Is this... I don't know. This is a fairly attractive woman who's probably got lots of people, you know, lined up around the block who'd be willing to date her. I know, again, this is not a scenario where it's that easy or that simple to just say this, but, like, you really had to... Like, oh, thank God he's willing to make it work with me. Bitch, leave him. What the fuck is this? What is his deal that makes him... Is it literally just that he's, like, got a lot of money? That can be the only thing, right? I don't mean to be cynical, incel, but like, why would you be in love with someone who's... You're depicting seemingly as just being such a fucking freak. And I get it, a video like this is not meant to make us sympathize with somebody... You know, not meant to make us sympathize with the alleged abuser. But the consequence of making this video then is that it's left me to just be like, what the fuck did... I know that's the classic, well, what did you even see in him? But, like, this guy is, like, very strange, and we're not even at the point yet when we get to the part where apparently he was washing his clothes without soap and hanging them on kitchen fucking cabinets. and stuff. You know, this is all what she's claiming about the guy. If all of this is fucking true, I'm sorry, I'm just having so much difficulty fucking figuring out this guy's like stringing her along. It's like, how? What the fuck? Just leave this weirdo. I'm sorry. I know, victim blaming, but again, that's the whole point in the fucking video. Is for future people to see something like this and go, yeah, this is probably a sign. I should probably not be with this weirdo. That's the whole point. She said it herself. The point of this video is to analyze the signs for, like, future, you know, whatever. That's what we're doing. I'm not trying to blame her necessarily as much as I'm just like, Jesus Christ, there's your sign. There's your fucking red flag.
And I have, though, caught him in lies before, but usually it was small stuff, and I didn't want to, it wasn't anything that ever seemed worth rocking the boat over. Which isn't normal for me. I hate lies. And yet I ended up lying for him. So, but he had lied about big things. And he had also been caught lying by his friends numerous times. So this is something that he feels is acceptable to do. And
when, who, where, why, how, at what point? I'm like the fucking, I'm Remlo from Alien Private Eye. When? Where did he go? What time was it? How many? And what were they? And where were they? And how many were they? You're telling me all these things about how he's lied and all his friends know he lied. Fucking just one proof. Just one single proof. In over your head and shallow, a single drop of proof, please. Just one single proof.
Everything reached a breaking point when he was about to leave for an extended period of time. We were not going to see each other very much, a few days out of every few months. And now suddenly he is dumping all of these problems that he has been having feelings about all of this time later. At one point he said he's been feeling this way a couple months. At another point he says he's been feeling
this is a good part, everybody.
Feeling this way for 6 months, immediately contradicting himself in the same conversation, and with no time to do anything.
It's not the part I thought it was. It's not the part. No, never mind.
About it. I arrive. Never mind. I'm gonna get to something later, but I literally arrived for 3 days for this conversation to happen and then leave. My cat just woke up and she's not usually awake right now. Hi, my love. It's really close to her dinner time.
Okay, I'm going to make a controversial statement. I'm going to make a very controversial statement. This is going to be the one that really divides the chat, and I understand if you have a problem with this, but let's hear me out. Pets are cool. Having cats and birds and dogs and stuff, that's all rad. Can we fucking cool it with the people that have the fucking cat show up in the video that they're doing, and they're just doing the video, and they're talking, and then they're like, oh, Snuffles wants to be here! Oh, you're so cute! And then they just, it's like, oh god, yeah, we get it, you have a fucking cat, it's great. I'm sure your cat is lovely, I'm sure it's a great cat, and you have a great time, you go fucking taking your cat for walks, you're frolicking through the fucking snow with your goddamn cat, you got him in a little sweater, you got him in some fucking little cat shoes, you know, I don't give a shit. I know this is just a stream, this is mostly unrelated, this is just a gripe that I feel with, it's mainly with edited videos, where people specifically edit in the fun little wacky moment with their fucking cat. Jesus Christ, people. We get it. You have a fucking pet. It's adorable. It's like the people with the fucking photos of their children. I don't care. I'm sure your fucking pet is an adorable pet. To you and those close to you in your life, and those that get to interact with the pet probably like the fucking pet. You know, I don't think I need it in my video that's about, like, a fucking obscure game controller or something. You know, I think that's fine. We don't need it. We don't necessarily need it. I don't know. Unless it's like Jacques from the old JonTron videos. He was a good video pet. That's a good pet.
So no time to fix any of the problems all of a sudden, because there are 3 days before he leaves. And he insisted he did not want to break up. So he was expecting me to have a solution somehow magically, and I gave a number of solutions that would have a way forward for us to be together, but he refused to make any compromise whatsoever.
And I just don't, I mean, like, at a certain point watching this, I'm like, all right, well, it sounds like this is a bad relationship then. I mean, it's like, does the guy's, like, whole, he sounds like a cringe lord, like, I don't know, outside of the one part where she said that she would say stop, and then he would bite down harder, and then stop. Outside of that, I'm left to just be like, this guy just seems like he's kind of like a cringe lord. He's just like a spurg lord fucking, you know, weirdo who probably has problems with women and stuff. So, I don't know, like, are we really, does the guy's whole career need to end just because he's like, he's like a bad boyfriend? He's like not great in a relationship. Oh my god. Cancel his bank account. End him as a person. It's like, all right, there's the one part, there's like one complaint here that sounds like it's something. But then, I mean, a lot of these, you know, a lot of these videos that I've seen, they tend to just kind of come back around it. Like, they have like 1 or 2 points that are kind of substantial, and then eventually it kind of just turns into like, he made me a drunk! He made me do drugs! Oh my god! I can't get over that video. That was such a good video. He made me do drugs! I am now an alcoholic because of him! Oh!
And he said...
This isn't that bad. Not by a long shot.
Was starting to feel like a responsibility towards the end. Also his words. So it wasn't a responsibility the whole rest of the time to him. And he was at this point basically flaunting that he would never prioritize me over anything. She's saying all this, and it's like I was saying earlier, like, are women able to consent? Are women able to say no to things? Like, I'm just watching this, and like, wow, apparently this guy got away with so much. Like, apparently the bar is really fucking low, I guess. She didn't just, like, leave at no point. It's like this continuing story of, and then it got even worse, and he was even worse to me. And it's not even abusive stuff, it's just, like, kind of neglectful, like, I guess he wasn't that into you, I guess. But, you know, but like he would say he was, he just seems like he's not really very emotionally intelligent, probably. You know, he doesn't probably not all that in tune with what's going on there. Which is, you know, I mean, I don't think that's a reason to, like, fucking, I don't know, cancel the guy. I mean, there's the one thing that's, like, sounds like a real thing. Again, it's still all just allegations, but there's still just that one thing so far that's like, yeah, okay, don't continue biting people once they've said no and did the safe word, you know? Everything else here, it's like, I mean, are we really canceling the guy's career? I mean, over, it's such minor, it's such weird, like, relationship drama minutia. I don't know, it's nothing. She's eating my laundry. Please don't cause problems.
Oh, the fucking cat.
And I wasn't even asking for literally even the bare minimum. I was asking for so little. And
he wouldn't give you that, so leave him. Just leave him. He will not give you what you're after. You're on different fucking wavelengths. Leave him. He's probably not able to just fucking leave you. He's probably like a weirdo, and he's like, oh, you're pretty, and I can't let this go. You know? But he's like, just leave him. Just leave him. Have some fucking self-respect. Leave him. If he's not able to be, if he's continually ruining your life and neglecting you, then I just fucking leave him. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I know it's like victim blaming. I know I'm an incel wing dork and all that, but I just can't see a scenario where you're with someone and they're treating you in a way where it's like a continuing series. We're like just over halfway through this at this point. It's just a continuing series of fuck-ups from this person. And yet, why are you so desperate about making this work? I don't understand.
I was
He wrote you a love letter one time?
watching him give exactly what I was needing in the relationship all over the place to anybody else who just happened to ask and just wasn't me. So, and he also, he was...
Did you, how much, I mean, did you ask, or was it one of these, like, leave it up to him, leave it up to the Minecraft streamer to be emotionally intelligent enough to know what the fuck you need? Was it one of those, or did you, because I think you might have needed to spell it out for him. I kind of have a feeling that this guy might be a bit of a fucking spurg. Kind of have a weird feeling about that. Maybe he might not be the best at, like, the empathy and looking at you and, oh, yeah, what you need is a trip to the fucking spa.
Never going to prioritize me over anything that would give him more fame or money. In fact, he said that himself. That was exactly why he was not going to compromise at all for a solution for us to be together, because he said he wanted to see how much fame and money he could get. And
it's funny to me, like, we're supposed to look at that as if that's like a negative trait in this context, but yet in fucking most contexts, somebody being super ambitious and wanting fame and money is usually viewed as like, oh, he's a real go-getter. You know, I mean, it depends on what your field is. You might be a grifter or something, but, like, yeah, most of the time it's like, yeah, wow, he's really... But I guess in this scenario, it's just interesting how just a little bit of a little different context, and that's something you can use to paint someone as in a bad way. Is he was too ambitious? Oh, what a monster! I guess. I mean, it does depend. You know.
To be together, I thought that's what we both wanted, because that's what he was still saying he wanted too. But then he also admitted to me that he had grown.
Somebody says, "Isn't that the only reason?" Oh yeah, this is the part that gets really, really funny here for a second. Somebody says, "Is that the only reason she was with Harry Potter to begin with?" He is British, by the way. Extra British accent, charisma bonus, obviously. Looks like JXy, actually, but I don't know. This is the question, right? Is like, when you make, like, this is the unfortunate consequence of making a video like this, where, like, ostensibly, what are you doing? You're condemning this guy. You're talking shit about this guy, and, you know, maybe that's valid, maybe that's warranted. But, like, you're not trying to depict the guy in a way that's positive. And that's maybe fair. But as a result, it's left me to be like, okay, so the guy has no positive traits then. So were you just with him because he was, like, popular Minecraft streamer and you know, were able to get close to him? Was that the reason? Was that actually the reason? Like, I don't mean to be incel wing dork here, but when you don't when you purposely try to make someone seem like they don't really have any good qualities, it kind of leaves you to be like, well, okay, what reason were you with this person? Could it be the very cynical reason? I mean, surely not. Certainly not.
Saying he wanted to. But then he also admitted to me that he had grown to resent me. And I have to be thankful that he said that bit out loud. A lot of these bits he said out loud, because that was
I keep noticing whenever she smiles, she looks like a female Drew Gooden.
Last push that I needed to get myself out. He had grown resentful, which I also pointed out that there was no reason to feel that way, and he admitted that there was no reason for him to feel that way either.
I pointed out, actually, there's no reason for you to resent me, actually. I'm great. Actually, your emotions are wrong and you shouldn't feel that way. Sorry, Sweaty. Sorry, your emotions are incorrect. There's no logical reason. Please change your opinion and your feelings. I will stand by and wait for you to do so. Yeah, that's a red flag. This feels very gaslighty. This feels like the type of emotional abuse type of thing that you would super see somebody of the penis-having persuasion being shit on for, but in this scenario, I guess it's just sweep some of those red flags under the rug a little bit. She's a victim. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's maybe the reason he resents you is because you're constantly, like, making him feel like he's forgetting things and wrong and gaslighting him and making him feel like the emotions that he feels are invalid around you or something. Maybe that's just a thought. It's just a thought based on the stuff I'm seeing, based on the stuff you have said in this video of how your interactions have been. It seems like you just kind of like fucking shut this guy down. He tries to like explain like how he's feeling or something, and then you tell him that it's not valid for him to feel that way, I guess. Is that about accurate? Just wait until you get to the end of this part, though, guys. He resents her. And he shouldn't. He shouldn't.
Grown resentful, which I also pointed out that there was no reason. Like, there was no reason to feel that way, and he admitted that there was no reason for him to feel that way either. I think that it was because I'm someone who can communicate how I feel.
Yeah, I'm just pretty great, honestly, is the thing. Is like, he's not as great as I am, is the problem. Is like, I'm pretty great, and so people don't operate on the same wavelength with you when you're so great. I'm basically, like, pretty cool, and I'm pretty emotionally smart, and I'm able to communicate these things, you know, I'm able to communicate these things. This is what I'm doing now in this video that I've made. I'm communicating these things. Not with him, but, you know, I'm very able to communicate these things. I don't know, maybe the reason why he resented you is because of behavior like this. This seems very, like, he tried to communicate things with you, and then you would tell him that he's wrong and invalid for feeling that way. I don't know, that just really strikes me the wrong way. That just really seems kind of shitty. I don't like that. I really don't like that. Don't care for that.
But I don't know. I think I have a lot of theories and reasons why I believe things happened the way that they did and why he was lying all of the time. But he was resentful of me, was causing me physical harm every day, multiple times a day.
What do you mean every day? She's painting this out like this is so confusing because, again, I mean, spoilers, because I guess it is spoilers because she doesn't mention it until much later, apparently. This was apparently a long-distance relationship. Like, because he's British, she's American, I assume they would live in their respective countries. So like, she's acting frequently throughout the bulk of this video like it's an everyday thing, literally every day. At one point later, she does say, we're long distance. So how is it that he's abusing you physically every day and you can't get away from him? There must be something that I'm missing here, right?
Despite me telling him over and over again to stop, he wasn't going to change, and he wasn't going to end the relationship. He was going to keep hurting me, and it was possibly going to escalate even further.
Possibly.
So I broke up with him, and I didn't even want to.
Why didn't you want to? This is where I'm having problems with this. Do you just literally have zero self-respect? I can't. It's like at a certain point, it's not really like, is it the other person's fault that you think so little of yourself that you're just, allowing this? I'm sorry, you have to have, at a certain point, recognize that, like, the guy is, like, a weirdo, right? If all of the things you're saying are true, just, like, leave. I'm sorry, that's your sign. There's so many signs. There's all these signs. I feel like George Costanza in any scene where it's him and Jerry talking about relationships. There's your sign, Jerry! She's giving you the sign! What more do you want? Lightning strike from God, Jerry? Come on! It's right there! There's your sign!
because I couldn't even see for such a long time after what it really was that had happened, that he had abused me. And in fact, we left things as we want to be friends, and he can never imagine not speaking to me again. And then he never spoke to me again.
Oh my God.
Outside of like a couple of exchanges where I needed to ask for my clothes to be shipped. So at least I got my clothes back. I had a whole closet full.
So
However,
it sounds like we're just gassing this guy out because he can't because he's not able to like, because he's like a coward in his relationships. I guess that's cringe, sure. That's fair to say, but it's not. It sounds like he's not able to communicate very well. You say that yourself in your video here. Like he's not able to communicate what he's feeling very well. Well, it's possible that part of that is because you might have been gaslighting him or whatever, you know, emotionally, whatever. One of those therapy words you people love to use so much. One of those ones. It's possible you might have been doing one of those. Just look through the fucking glossary. I'm sure you'll find one that fits. But possibly. But, I mean, whatever, you know, whatever the fucking reason, I mean, I don't know. He just seems like he's not, you know... He's probably kind of emotionally stunted. So are you, probably. Yeah, mark down fatherless behavior on your bingo. It's happening.
He did throw away all of my other things without saying a word to me about it. Hundreds of dollars of things from my office were trashed without a word. And I didn't block him till 10 months later because I wanted an open door still. I really thought I wanted to be his friend. But I don't feel that way anymore. Right. I do believe he was bottling up so many emotions, and he would never talk about how he felt. I think
because when he said that he resented you, you shot him down. I can, like, I don't know if I'm just, like, I don't know if I'm just not being, if I'm going at this with bad faith because I'm an incel. Maybe. But, like, I am an incel. That is fair. I don't know if I'm just going at this in bad faith or whatever, but it's like, it's real easy to look at this and see a scenario where, okay, so he says he resents you, and you immediately tell him that he shouldn't feel that way, and he, according to you, agrees that he shouldn't feel that way. So, like, it's not difficult for me to hear that and read that as... you basically whittled him down until he said he was sorry and took it back. Or something like that. Like, yeah, I wonder why. You know, I wonder why he never opened up to you about how he was fucking feeling. I can't imagine. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being cynical, but that seems... it's just, there's some stuff here that seems kind of questionable. I don't know.
I mean, he did admit that he felt like he couldn't say it any sooner. Like, there was just no possible way to say how he was feeling sooner than the absolute last possible chance. Like, not even a chance, because 3 days before he left. That was actually a lie, too, also. He didn't leave for another week after I left. He brought me in, had this 3-day conversation. He was supposed to leave, and then he stayed for another week.
Did he even make a video?
With all of the friends that I was also
made like a Twitter
lied
post
to me about the dates, too. But I do believe that that he was bottling up so many emotions that he was taking it out on me physically. I believe there was a moment where he knew that he didn't want to be in the relationship anymore, and instead of just ending it, he tried to push me away any way he knew would hurt me. And he knew all of the ways that would hurt me the most. And he knew he was hurting me. There was no way that he didn't know because of the safe word that he made. And he just didn't care. He was hurting me, and
the safe word that he made. You had no part in this. He made the safe word. You were tied up and fucking, you know, gagged and tied up at the time. You had no way of saying no to anything. So, you know, he made the safe word. It was all him. Women can't say no to anything, apparently, so it was all him. Women have zero agency or ability to consent to things, so it was all him. He alone made the safe word that he then used to abuse you. Which, I can't get over the idea that, like, a safe word is being used as an example of abuse. Like, okay, yes, the time when apparently, or times potentially, I think she might have said it was multiple times when he would, like, She would say the safe word and then he would bite her again and then stop. That's not good. That's bad. That's bad behavior. That's something he should be. You know, what's the term? Held accountable for. God, I was playing Yakuza 0 the other day, and there was a fantastic moment where Kiryu's talking to Nishiki, and he goes, "This is something I need to do, Nishiki. I need to hold myself accountable." And the very next line of dialogue is Nishiki going something to the effect of, "But Kiryu, you didn't do anything. Hold yourself accountable for what?" It was just like, man, this is a great meme. This could be really used in some scenario somewhere. I don't know. Potentially. There's been a few scenarios recently where that could maybe be used. But, you know, yeah, the biting after the safe word thing, that's something that he should be held accountable for. But the fact that it's like, he used the safe word, and then I would say the safe word, and he would stop. Like, is that abuse now? Like, that's what the fucking safe word is for. If it was every time he was going further than that, and he was just violating the safe word, then all right, then I guess that's going way too far. But I mean, it's the idea that a bulk of this, she's not even really focusing. It's like, it's weird that there's such a throwaway thing. Like, the one part that was kind of really convincing was like, oh yeah, no, after she would say the safe word, he would still bite her further, you know? That's weird. That's weird. But then, like, I don't know, like, the bulk of the video is just about, he abused me with the safe word. That's what it's for! Why don't you say the fucking word before it's, like, excruciating pain, and then he'll stop then? I don't know. If you are... I don't understand. If that's the point of the fucking safe, I don't understand.
Didn't care, and even looked like he was enjoying it sometimes. And I can look back now, and I can see all these instances that were really major red flags. There was this one time that he pinned me down and asked me to try my absolute hardest to get him off of me. And I couldn't do it, obviously. And he said something to make the point that he was so much stronger.
That was almost something else kind of sexual. It almost sounded like she said, "Pinned me down and asked to try my ass" or something. But no, absolute hardest. So it was like a strength game. Like, you have to push me off. Kind of thing, I guess. It's very, very odd the way that she is describing this. The one thing I can think is, like the people that watch him, I would assume her too. She's got all this Minecraft shit. It's probably like a bunch of fucking children. It's like a bunch of 15-year-olds or whatever, right? I would assume. So maybe she doesn't want to get into, like, sordid sexual details. I guess that would make sense, but by leaving out details, you're raising a lot of questions here. I can't get over how much it seems like the only thing this guy and her apparently engaged in was just biting. It's almost like when your parents are trying to explain how babies are made, but you're like 4, so they just, they hold hands a lot, and then a baby happens. Like, they bite each other, and then a baby shows up. There's a baby after they bite each other. I guess. I don't know. It's like there's a few steps missing here. I kind of feel like there's some things that aren't being depicted here. I don't know.
Than me, that I wouldn't be able to fight him back. Fight back against what? What do you mean? You don't say shit like that to people? That's insane. And I was also sexually assaulted by my first boyfriend, and he knew that. He had stopped.
That's a shame. But why is that? What does that have to do with anything, though? What is that? He knew that. He was supposed to treat me more delicate when I wasn't saying no to him. Like, did he know that to the extent that you said, "Please stop and get off me"? And, like, that might have helped him to know that. I don't know. I just, it doesn't seem like a lot of the time... in this scenario that she's actually saying no to a lot of this. I mean, granted, it's not a situation like with Hina, where it was like, yeah, I wasn't into this and it was against my consent, and then all of the proof, all of the screen caps are her being like, ooh woo, yes daddy, fuck me. You know, so we don't even have that. But we just have nothing. It's kind of all just he said, she said kind of thing, and he's not going to say anything because, well, that's not the way it works, so.
Giving anything to the relationship. And he said that why was because he was just waiting for things to change on their own.
$2 from Can says she's asexual. They were only biting. Yeah, that adds a whole extra fucking layer to it, doesn't it? That adds a whole extra fucking thing to it. Maybe the biting was because he... Maybe the guy was sexually frustrated. I don't know. I didn't know about that. That's interesting. That does answer the question, if that's true. I mean, maybe I've seen some other people in chat say that, so I assume you super chatting to mention that maybe that's a known thing. I wasn't aware of that. If so, yeah, that does answer that question, and that does, I mean, kind of raise more questions in that regard. Yeah, maybe the guy's just like really sexually frustrated. Interesting. How about that?
He also didn't have the time or energy anyway to do the things that I was asking for.
So it was just RP?
But then would constantly make any bit of time and energy for anybody and anything but me. And he would say he wanted more quality time. So then I would try to arrange things for us to do online because we were long distance, but then he would come.
Long distance, but that's the kind of the, I don't know if you want to say smoking gun, but that's a very interesting thing to announce here. It's like after 20 minutes of saying that he was doing this to you every day. Like, I don't know if maybe she's not talking about like the full fucking timeline or whatever. Maybe it's like at a certain point they were long distance. Maybe at some point in their relationship they were together, you know, physically. But if she's saying they were long distance, she's not adding any qualifiers to it. I have to take it at face value. It implies that most of or all of their relationship would have been long distance. I mean, how exactly was this happening to you on a day-to-day basis such that you were afraid for your life? Like, what? You know, so that you were so afraid to like, the guy lived in another he lived in a different continent across an ocean. Was he gonna slander you and end your career? I mean, maybe that was what it is. It might have been some kind of, I mean, but she doesn't say that. She's not trying to like, I feel like she would just say that if that's what it was. Like, if he was like, hey, you better blah blah blah, or else I'll fucking tell everybody so-and-so you did this. Like, wouldn't she just tell us that if that was the case? That's the only thing I can think. Like, if you're in a different country from someone, what does he have? Hitman? Fucking trained on her door if she slips up or something? I'm very confused.
Complaining he doesn't want to spend all of his time on the computer anymore. And then
attacking her in Minecraft.
All he wants to do is stay inside, play games on his computer, watch movies. He doesn't want to go out. And I'm not saying any of this next part to be mean.
This guy who abused me. Sorry, wrong song. Sorry. This guy who abused me, who resents me but shouldn't, he abused me and he hurt me every day. Not trying to be mean to him. Anyway, here's a bunch of stuff now that's going to be very embarrassing toward him for really no other reason than to just kind of make him seem like a loser. Not trying to hurt him, though. It has no real relevance to much of anything. Well, it does. She does try to tie it in. We're getting into it here. This is where it starts to get really funny. You're rewarded now for sticking around through this video, as it has now entered the comedy phase of the video. A lot of this, though, it comes across, it's sort of like the second half of the Super Mega video, where it was like, a lot of just like this person trying to tie in a bunch of like various grievances into sort of a larger narrative. And in this scenario, yeah, it's like a lot of this, it seems like it's just stuff that she's about to say to sort of embarrass the guy. But I guess some of it is kind of related to, like, maybe he did this and this was the dynamic and something. But anyways, let's get into some stinky poo.
And I'm not saying any of this next part to be mean. He lived in filth like I have never seen. And I've seen filth. This was the worst. He would spill things on the floor and literally never clean them up. He got an ant infestation once.
Yo, Vapor has bingo!
He said, bugs are normal in British houses. So I had to buy an ant killer. And
shoutouts to the Brits!
For months and months and months. But would constantly complain about how bad it smelled. And I would tell him, that's mold. It's mold. He complained about being tired all the time too, which I don't know if that was a lie or not, but...
I like the way she explains this like she's like a mother. She's like, that's mold, sweetie. That's mold.
Mold will do that too. But he would insist that it wasn't, somehow, without having cleaned in months. But it's not mold. When I met him, he was washing his clothes without detergent. Just wasn't using that at all, and I don't know for how long before I met him. He was just running it with water and then hanging it on his filthy kitchen cabinets.
Yeah, there's the argument that can be said, so, I mean, all of this is, like, alleged, too. I mean, my first thought when I heard this was, like, this sounds like the kind of thing that you would say about someone just to kind of make them seem really bad, but we know how Asmongold lives. And frankly, I know how I live. I'm just going to be real with you. So I was like, all right, well, hey, I've got a Cheez-It box just lying on the floor right now by my desk. So hey, no one's perfect. What can you do? It's possible that he did just live this way, but it is sort of like, okay, maybe this guy's like a weirdo who can't clean himself. And again, he's like a strange fucking slovenly ape man. We'll just bring up the photo here of Harry Potter. Slovenly ape man who's like swinging off of the curtains, caked in his own feces because he hasn't figured out toilet paper. Just chewing on the people that come around him as a means of greeting them and offering, it's like extending an olive branch. He chews on their arm a little bit. Just friendly, just like it's friendly, because he's just a nice guy. And so he, I lost the point. I lost the plot. While I was detailing that scenario, I did lose track of what I was getting at. What were we talking about here? Hang on.
Without detergent.
Right.
It wasn't using that at all, and I don't know for how long before I met him. Yeah. He was just running it with water and then running
it with water. I mean, like, yeah, it's possible that he's a caveman who just lives in filth. It's also possible the guy might just be like extremely depressed and miserable. I don't know. There's like two sides to every story. What did the lyrics say in that song I started the stream with? Check yourself for your own shit and don't be making out like it's all his. There are always two sides. It takes two to make love, two to make a life. Or not, in his case, I guess. I guess he wasn't into that idea. But, yeah, I don't know. I think I more buy into the idea that this guy is just like a depresso who was having, like, problems getting out of bed in the morning. More so... Well, no, although I want to give him that credit, but then it's also like he is a slovenly caveman who bites people. Apparently, like... does anybody in chat know the other corroborating quote unquote, like, what is it? It was somebody else. There was another person who came out that said that they were being bitten by Wilbur. Does anybody know if that happened before these allegations or after? Because if it happened before, then that's interesting. If it happened after, then I kinda don't fucking buy it. Kinda think it's just a clout chaser. Because this is like a big Minecraft guy. Somebody probably just would have said that for attention. But, like, if that happened before... Like, if it happened before, then maybe this guy really is just like a strange caveman dude. I don't know. I've never watched this fucking weirdo's streams. Because I'm not a 9-year-old Minecraft player. So I've never engaged with that. So maybe he's just like a drooling, gibbering man-ape, potentially. But, like, I guess, it depends. It depends. I don't know. I really don't know. It was before.
And I felt bad. Because I felt like
someone said it was before. Somebody says it's before, which is interesting. In that scenario, then that makes the scenario more like, okay, so this guy might actually be a bizarre caveman who bites people. But still, why were you with him at that point? I mean, you were also long distance still. Yeah, no, okay. If it was before, though, I guess that this guy might actually just be a menace to society who, you know, he stalks the evenings and he bites people. You know, he's like the It clown. He bites people. He comes out of the sewers and he just chomps on their fucking legs and then offers them penis enlargement pills.
Someone to help him learn how to be cleaner. I thought he just didn't know how. And
he just didn't know how. He needed a mommy.
I listened to all of the struggles of his...
I can fix him.
...upbringing, and I was like, he just doesn't know how. Someone just needs to show him. And then I found out that he said he doesn't clean at all when I'm not there because he just waits for me to get there to do it. And I only found out about that.
So it's like, I don't know, this is another thing where I'm just like, I don't know, am I just a fucking big brain? I listen to this and I'm like, okay, so your general takeaway is don't date a man-child who plays Minecraft for a living? That's a good point. You're right, I wouldn't have considered that. I should have, that's a sign I would have not looked at myself. No, you're right on the money there. It's a good point.
Broke up because he said it behind my back. I was doing...
Oh, you can't say. Why did we go back to the fireplace? I don't remember why we went back to the fireplace. I mean, you're not missing much. You're missing... This is a good pause frame, I guess. This is a good pause frame, but, I mean, it's not like she's showing any evidence on the screen or anything, so... Yeah.
Of the cleaning and laundry for him. Also, I had a separate bathroom. I want to make that clear. I wasn't using that bathroom. I had a separate bathroom that I cleaned for myself. I had cleaning supplies. I don't think he even actually knew I had cleaning supplies in there. But I had my own bathroom.
Everybody that I saw talking about this, too, they were very convinced by this. I mean, not even convinced, but just like, oh, that's disgusting. This guy can't even live. And it's like, I mean, I guess I get it, but it's just interesting. There's just been no, like, proof or anything. I mean, there's no part where it's like, give me, like, what? I don't know. Give me, like, a list of cleaning supplies that he ordered for you to get. Something. There has to be something, right? There has to be some kind of situation where he texted you or something. There's, like, some receipts of him being like, hey... You missed a spot, bitch. Get back to it. And then suck my cock after. I mean, let me bite you after. Because you're asexual, I guess. You know, there has to be a message like something like that, right? Probably not quite that colorful. But something like that, you'd think. I mean, somewhere. You'd think there'd be some kind of fucking, I don't know, any kind of receipt of anything. You know, I mean, it's just funny, too, like... The burden of proof is just a thing that doesn't even exist. I've seen people saying, like, I can't wait for Wilbur's video that has the receipts and the proof. And it's like, why does he need to do that? He's had these accusations leveled at him. She has offered anything other than emotion to substantiate any of this. The burden of proof is on her, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I'm not that big brain. I'm not that big fucking book learning. But, like, the burden of proof is on her, isn't it? It's not on him to fucking prove a negative, right? I don't think so. That seems wrong.
All the cleaning, all the laundry, all of it, I was paying for all of the, like paper towels, like soap. All of that only stayed in the house so long as I was buying it. I would arrive and there would just not be toilet paper in the whole house. There were paper towels instead. And who knows for how long, too.
Yeah, I'm just left to be like, I'm sorry, this is just don't date a fucking man-child who can't do anything. I mean, don't date a person who's unable to fucking, like, okay, maybe they're a little messy. Maybe they're like, you know, depressed and a little messy. But this, if everything she's saying is accurate, the guy's not even fucking buying soap. What is he even doing with his Minecraft millions? He can't buy soap? What the fuck? I can't get over, like, what was he bringing to the table? I'm sorry, when you make a video like this is what I was saying earlier. It only gets worse for this guy in this video. And I can't get over, like, okay, what the fuck was he bringing to the table? You're asexual, so it wasn't that his dick was huge. Was it money and fame? Was that literally what all it was? I mean, like, what the fuck was it? How, I don't care how much the guy fucking says he loves you or whatever. If he's like this, like, why would you fucking even give a shit? This would just be like some incel weirdo that you would fucking walk across the street and get away from. Why would you put up with any of this if not because of, like, money or fame or something else that's being left out of this, I guess. I mean, again, like, I get that the point of this video isn't to make us go like, oh, this guy seems like a sweetheart. But when you don't give us anything that, like, I don't know, is, like, contradictory to that, I guess maybe if you're, like, his fan, like, a fan of his, you could watch this and be like, oh, this is the Wilbur I know isn't like this, blah, blah, blah. But, like, if you're just me and you've never watched these fucking people, then this is just two people who you've never fucking heard of, and this guy, there's nothing positive about this fucking guy, according to this video. There's just nothing even remotely positive about it, about him, so what the fuck? What is going on? Like, it just makes it seem like you're just with the guy for like some other cynical reason, which I want to give the benefit of the doubt and assume is not the case, but I'm just saying that that's what it kind of looks like. That's kind of what it fucking looks like.
I was paying for food more than half the time because he would often push me into ordering food for us, even if I had paid for the last meal or the meal before that. And I'm of the opinion now that I shouldn't have been paying for any food. None at all.
This is one that also gets to me. She paid for some of the food. All of the food, rather. She paid for all of it. Okay, that's obviously, if that's true, no, that's wrong. Should be a balance, right? Now, no. She apparently is now of the opinion that she should have paid for none of it ever. Why? Why? Why was that? Why would she? Why should he have never? Was he supposed to pay for everything? Was he supposed to pay for every meal? Why? What does that mean? The way she phrases it doesn't make her sound good. You can be charitable and be like, oh, maybe she misspoke. She just meant, like, oh, in this scenario, in this specific... No. But the way she fucking says it, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good.
But I wanted to at least... I thought I was being equal by at least doing, like, a back and forth. But I ended up paying for food more often than just going back and forth anyway. And he would do this to his friends all the time, too. But I was also paying for every plane ticket and the cat sitter, which cost roughly the amount of a plane ticket to England.
Again, long distance. Afraid to break up with this person because he was abusive. Across a fucking ocean. But, okay.
And he never...
By the way, chat, I hate to break it to you. I think we're gonna put off the Chugga Footboy. Half of the video, the stream, because we're almost done with this. I think we're just gonna call it at the end of this video. Chugga Footboy. I'm gonna do that. Maybe, you know, it won't be funny allegation February anymore, but who gives a shit? I said last stream that like it's fun to kind of do like themed streams, but I don't know. Ultimately, I just kind of fucking talk about whatever I'm interested in talking about. So I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do a little more research into the Chugga thing, find out a little bit more about that. I'll get that to you. It's gonna happen. I didn't realize it was worse than I thought that it was. So I was gonna do some of the research on stream, live on stream. You know, we were maybe gonna watch a video or something, but it's getting a little late, so I think we'll finish out this video here, and then we'll maybe make that its own stream. Sorry if you came here for the Chugga Footboy. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, but it will not probably happen today. I'll watch some stuff about it. I'll get up to speed on what's going on, unless I mean, shit. I can. You know what? Hang on. We're not gonna be doing the Chugga. It's not worth it. Listen, I've seen some of it, and it's kind of funny at the very least. We're gonna do a little thing here. Let's see here. So we're doing a poll. It's not gonna be a 12-hour stream. Settle down. It's only 8, dude. I know, but I'm tired. Should I do so we're gonna do a poll here. Okay, that's option 1. Option 2. And option 2. Okay. So we have a poll here, people. For the Chugga Footboy stream, when I inevitably get to it, do we want me to do my homework? Do we want me to look into the allegations off stream? Or do we want me to fuck it, do it live? Just fucking watch somebody talking about it, or like fucking read it on our own time live. It's up to you. You have the power here. Should I go in informed, or should we be a man on the street? It's probably better if we go in man on the street, because if I go in informed, then I have less excuse for being retarded.
Offered to help me pay after the couple of times he did come here to visit me, because he paid for the flights that we would both take. But that only happened twice at the very beginning. I have actually had a friend tell me that this is financial abuse, but I don't know enough about that to say for myself. But I was telling him that I couldn't afford it.
Apparently, every type of interaction you have with a woman is probably some type of abuse. I guess this is abuse. It's financial abuse because she was not willing to say, no, you fucking buy the plane ticket, dick ass. It's abuse. It's just everything is abuse. Somebody is not saying no to you and seemingly willing to do something, and they are an adult. Fuck, let's be real here. I mean, this woman says she's 30. This guy, I don't know, does he look 30? I mean, she doesn't look 30, to be fair. I guess both of them could be 30 or older. I'm just saying, for all I know, she could be older than him. And she's all like, oh, he financially abused me. I couldn't say no to him when he was making me buy plane tickets. I mean, this is really going to a level that's a little bit... It's almost beyond the fucking Hina thing with he made me drink. Like, at least that's something that's like, oh, he drove me to do a thing that's destructive and habit-forming. You know, and he did it socially, but it made me... whatever. I almost see the logic there. I don't think I see the logic here. He's financially abusing you because you refuse to say no to buying plane tickets? Just ask him to buy the plane ticket. Just say no. Say no to something. Fucking say no. It's one syllable.
All the time because I was losing money. I was never able to work properly there. And he wasn't traveling at all to see me anymore, even though he said he would. That was like the basis of our entire relationship starting off. So then he agreed to pay for the cat sitter so that it would be basically paying half the cost of my travels. And he did that once.
Half the cost of my how much? Okay, no, I'm sorry. Wait, excuse me. I'm sorry. Hold up, hold up. How much is the cat sitter charging you? That's half the cost of your travels. I'm sorry, excuse me? How much are you fucking paying the cat sitter? How many cats do you have? Is it a per cat rate? Is this a premium fucking cat sitter? Is this like the setup to a fucking like kids movie about animals getting lost in the city or something, like the pet sitter that lets the animals accidentally they go free and oh they're roaming through Manhattan. Whoa. Where is this pet sitter? What the fuck? What penthouse is the what pet house is the pet sitter in?
And then never did it again, despite many more months of dating. And I was traveling.
600 per hour? I mean, no. Like, how much is a plane ticket? It's like, what? It's probably, I mean, like, to the UK. It's actually cheaper sometimes to fly to the, like, you know, internationally, like, across the pond, rather than like domestically, it can be cheaper. Depending on what deals you get, probably no more than 1,000. Right, I mean, depending on when you're booking it and everything, no more than 1,000, I would say. Maybe like peak seasons, maybe 1,000, but probably not, and not if you're planning it properly. So how much? Like what? So you're spending fucking $1,000 on a cat sitter? Is that like? I mean, less than that. Let's say average. What? I mean, USD too. She's probably American. Fucking, let's say it's like what, $400-$500 for the plane ticket. Probably, maybe that's a little too much, I don't know. That still seems like a fucking lot for a cat sitter. I mean, what the fuck are they even doing? I would not pay that much for a goddamn cat sitter. That's like getting a hotel for your fucking cats. Fuck that. Fuck that. Get a fucking friend to look at the cats. Fucking bring the cats with you for that fucking money. Jesus Christ.
I had to, because he was worried that we weren't spending enough quality time together. And then all of the time that he would have ever extra, he would choose to not spend it on me because there was an available choice, and he chose not to spend it with me often.
Yeah, what does that fucking say about you, lady? I'm sorry, I know, she's a victim, but I'm just like... There's a lot of, like, self-owns in a video like this, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe you should take that as a fucking hint. I don't know, like, a lot of people... It goes to show you, it's all about how you frame shit. You know, how you frame shit for yourself. Like, a lot of people, they would take that to heart and be like, oh, man, I guess I must be lame and people don't like me and he doesn't want to be around me. But she takes that to be, he's an abuser. You know, it's the go-getter perspective that you need in this economy.
And I did everything short of just up and move there, which I was willing to do the whole time. And I told him that I was willing to do it, and he knew, but he insisted that I don't. He insisted not to. He was planning to move here.
This is so unbelievable to me, though. Like, I don't know, at what point are you allowed to just say this seems fucking stupid? Like, I know it's not, oh, she was abused, you can't question anything, but like, the guy doesn't seem like he wants you there. You are getting nothing out of this, right? Unless it is something cynical, like just money and fame and exposure or something. But I don't want to assume that. I don't want to assume that that's the reason. You're like probably getting nothing out of this. He doesn't seem like he wants you there. He seems like he's a weird fuck ass. He doesn't, you seem like you resent him. He said he resents you. You're not right for each other. What the fuck is going on?
Happened first. And then at the end of the relationship, he said maybe things would have been different if I lived there. If I lived there. Like I had said I would the whole time, and he insisted I don't. Maybe that could have saved the relationship. And I say all of this because I believe that people like this are genuinely dangerous.
Genuinely dangerous. It's not, yeah, I mean, that's funny. There's a lot of ways you can take what you just said, and I kind of agree with some of them. I believe that allowing people to breed who play Minecraft for a living is genuinely dangerous. I believe that allowing people to I don't know. There's a lot of this you could say that's genuinely dangerous, I guess. But ultimately, it just seems like you dated a fucking man-child. What's dangerous? Don't do that. There you go. It's dangerous. Yeah, it is dangerous if you date someone who is obviously going to be a man-child, so don't do that.
I believe he is dangerous. He was willing to lie. He was willing to do harm to someone he claimed to love more than anyone he has ever loved. His actions...
Maybe he's just a fucking moron and doesn't know what he's doing, lady. I mean, like, have you considered that? He sounds like a fucking moron. You know, there's that whole saying about never attribute to malice what could be chalked up to ignorance. You know, I'm probably missaying it, but whatever. You get the point. It's a classic one, and people like to use that one a lot. You know, people use that with Mama Max. I remember that came up during the Mama Max thing. You know, he's it's not that he's doing this on purpose to be a grifter. He's just mistaken, everybody. You know, never attribute to malice, blah, blah, blah. Well, why are you attributing all of this to malice? Why is he an evil abuser? Why is he not just an idiot? This seems like he's just an idiot. Genuinely dangerous. You allowed yourself to be with an idiot. Yeah, don't... He's a Minecraft streamer. What do you want from me? I'm sorry. I know it's victim blaming, but... Fucking... Who is not going to tell you don't date the Minecraft streamer? What the fuck? Are we in clown world here? She has to make a detailed expose on why dating a fucking Minecraft adult is a bad idea. Wow, jeez. Amazing. Fucking
escalated.
hell.
And I don't think that I'll be the last person that he hurts. And I felt like sharing my story was really important to warn people. I want people to see the signs that I refused to. I want you to listen to your body and get out as soon as possible.
Somebody says biting people is not okay. WTF. But it is, though, if they said that they're okay with it to the point where they have a safe word and then you stop when you hear the safe word. Now, admittedly, she does say that he would continue biting a little bit after saying the safe word, but I mean, that's like the worst thing in the video. It's not good, but it's real. That's not even what the most of this video is hinged on. It's all just the fact that he bit her, which she was apparently okay with at the time. So I don't. Yeah, what do you mean? It's biting people is not okay? Yes, it is. If they say they say you can, what the fuck? How dare you kink shame in my chat? Goodness gracious
friends
me.
The truth, and let them help you. I really thought I couldn't, because I had been sexually assaulted in a previous relationship, I just thought I was so much smarter to never, and I was like, if someone ever laid their hands on me, I'd leave immediately. It would never happen a second time. But it just kind of happened so slowly over time and got worse and worse and worse, until the point where there's no way to deny the fact that he was hurting me and he knew and didn't care. That's just the kind of thing that I keep repeating to myself when I'm like, but was it bad enough? It wasn't violent enough. But I was being hurt multiple times.
Well, I do still feel like she's probably convinced that she was hurt. I don't feel, after all of this, I mean, there's stuff that's missing from all this, whatever, but I do believe that she believes that she was hurt. I don't think that this is, you know, a malicious hit piece just trying to fucking ruin a guy's life. I think that might be part of it, but I do believe that she feels that she was hurt by this person. I mean, objectively, though, I still don't think I can really look at what happened here based on everything that she's said, his response, you know, and all of the stuff that's not being said, all of the stuff that doesn't add up. I don't think it doesn't come across like abuse. It just comes across like two very immature adults that are not prepared for a relationship with each other, let alone potentially anyone else. I guess that's abuse now, I guess. I mean, it doesn't seem, I mean, and he's maybe a weirdo who bites people, but she seemed to be into it or okay with it. Either okay with it and allowing him to do it, or into it and both people enjoying it and both down for it, depending on who you ask. So either way, it's like, well, okay, it's weird, but it's like if they're both okay with it, then what's the fucking problem? And I mean, other than that, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Every single day, days and days and days and days for a month at a time in a row. And I'm not even speaking on most, because I did touch on other things, but I am not even speaking on most of the other things that, in my opinion, I do think that there are some things that are across a line that make you a bad person. I don't think that...
Tell us some of those things. Instead of telling us about how he's stinky or whatever the fuck, tell us about how he's... Tell us some of these things that are across the line. Is one of them that he decided he didn't want to have kids with you? I mean, here's a crazy thought, right? Maybe he decided after... Maybe you're with someone for a bit and you realize that they're maybe a little bit, you know, a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and maybe you suddenly no longer are seeing a future with children. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, there's a chance of that, potentially. He might also just be young and stupid and not sure what he wants. Why is that a problem? I mean, that seems like a problem between the two of you. Why is that our fucking problem? There's so much of this that comes back to, like, why is this our fucking problem? I don't know. So none of us can make the mistake of dating a Minecraft YouTuber. Okay.
Most people can be defined in a black and white. You're good or you're bad. But I do believe that there's a line that you can cross. And only bad people will do the things on the other side of that line. You know what I mean?
I guess you can want children with someone even if you're not, you know, even if you're asexual. I don't balk at that. My thing is more that this guy's like a fucking weirdo who bites you and is smelly and can't clean himself and can't wash his clothes or whatever. So why do you want a kid with him? I'm sure you can have the desire to have children, the biological whatever to have children, but still be asexual. That's not my concern. But fucking with this guy, with what you're telling us about this guy, it has to be money, right? Like, I mean, what else is there? It's not painting a very good image of her. I'm not even saying that that's what I think. I'm just saying that that's what it kind of looks like that. Like, because what else would it be? I would assume that it's based on, like, okay, if you know the guy, you watch his streams, like I said earlier, like, if you watch him, you'd be like, oh, you'd have some idea of what he's like, and he's funny, and he's, like, charismatic. I'm sure he's got good qualities there. But, like, in this video, without context outside of this video, he's not depicted as having fucking any good qualities other than he wrote me a love letter once. And he said he loved me a bunch. And that's it. That's it. Those are the only qualities that are depicted that are, like, good. And even those are depicted as love bombing. So even those are still kind of bad qualities, really. So there's nothing good about the guy in the video. So it's really just like, okay, so I have to wonder, were you just with the guy for, like, money or something? It raises the fucking, ultimately raises the question. I'm sure that's not the reason. I'm sure that's reductive, and that's, I don't personally think that it's fair to say that based on what we've seen so far that it's just, she's just a gold digger or something. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. But that's sort of the image that gets fucking painted when you're doing this and you're You're just making this video that's just, this guy sucks. He fucking sucks. He smells like shit and he can't wash himself. But I just wanted kids with him so badly, I couldn't bear to leave him. I tried so hard to make it work. Bitch, why? Why? Fuck off.
I watched a couple of things cross that line. And I truly feel now that my soul is so healed. I am light years beyond him. This was the last thing that I felt like I needed to do. That's my cat. Before I could move forward and hopefully never talk about him ever again, outside of maybe my stories that I want to tell about other shitty things he did anonymously.
Why are those not in this story? Why can't you just tell me those in this story? Why would... it goes to say something, too. Like, you make this expose, and, like, you're trying to talk about this. Like, what's the point of this? I don't know, like... I don't know what her motives are, I guess. I can't speak to what exactly she wants out of this. There's the cynical views people have, obviously. I'm not immune to those either. I've considered those, I'm sure. But, you know, I just, like... what her motive here is, I'm not sure, but she's...
maybe my stories that I want to tell about...
she's gonna mix in stories in the fucking future, so it seems to me like in this video, you know, this video that she made that's sort of the expose, I'm left to be like, was she just so confident that everybody would just listen and believe this? I mean, without any... like, did she know that she didn't actually need to provide any proof or anything? She's not even giving us everything. Apparently there's more stories. Apparently she's not even done with all the details. It would have been great to have more of that in this video, honestly. You know, that would have probably been a good idea to have some of that in this video. But apparently there's more of that coming. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the point is specifically of this video and why she wouldn't have just included those stories in here. I would have loved to have heard all of the things. It seems like you went into a lot of it, but I guess there's probably more just like... I don't know. Again, there's the cynical half of me. The bad faith half of me, ladies and gentlemen. That's looking at me at this and hearing like, I want to tell some stories in the future, and I'm just reminded of She Camden my Gerard till I Davis. Like, she's just gonna be on a stream and start telling a story about an unspecified person, and it'll be some like, he did a Naruto run and it was so cringy. I don't know. I was probably not that necessarily, but I don't know. There's a pit forms in my stomach. My heart sinks as I remember She Camden my Gerard till I Davis.
Shitty things he did.
I still want to be friends, though.
With the other stories I still have of shitty things that shitty exes did, because I think it's important for us to share our stories and our experiences. I think it's important for all of us to know that we deserve so much better than this. And I think that if people don't want us to talk about the shitty things that they do, then they shouldn't do shitty things.
Everyone should be perfect and never have mistakes that they make. I hold people to the standard that everyone is perfect and never should make mistakes. And then if they ever make a mistake, people should publicly condemn them and force them to make a corporate fake apology that reads like it was written by ChatGPT. But also has a little tacit admission in there that everything you said might have potentially not even been accurate and maybe you were into all of it. But also, he's sorry. I just... Man.
And this just felt so important to share. I always wanted to share my experiences. I always will. And that's kind of it. That's the end of everything I prepared. I reserve the right entirely to change my mind later and tell every story I want to. But for now, that's all I really have. I feel like from my soul I want to speak on, because I think that this can help other people. I think that it can help other victims.
Is it really gonna help other people? Is it really? Are you sure about that? Are you sure it's not gonna hurt more people than it helps? Because, like, reminder to anybody who joined late that there is some question that I've seen here as we've gone through her telling the story of, you know, this guy litigating their horrible relationship that, you know, was terrible. And frequently she would talk about their, you know, at least twice she would mention stuff that happened with them, and then it would be like, yeah, and he said he resented me, and then I told him that he had no reason to feel that way, and he said that he actually didn't resent me. And it's like, I don't know, you want to talk about, like, victims and everything? It kind of starts to feel at certain moments like the guy was being, like, emotionally fucking messed with by this person. Like, he was maybe being gaslit. Like, he was maybe not able to communicate what he was feeling without having his feelings invalidated and ridiculed and shut down. That's kind of the vibe that is demonstrated throughout this in some parts. And so she talks about victims and, oh, it's gonna help the fucking victims, and I'm just left like, man, think about the fucking victims of, I don't know, once again, think about the victims of funny accusations. Not gonna say they're false necessarily, but those funny accusations, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it's, I mean, it's a real, it can be a real powerful abuse tactic to say somebody was being abusive to you. And, you know, I don't know, because remember there's a part earlier in the video where the guy was being paranoid that someone might try to cancel him. It's like, well, I guess he should have been a little more paranoid.
I have already talked to a number of... I only cry now when I'm talking about my friends who also dealt with such shitty things from shitty people. But I'm also so grateful for...
None of them... Fuck it, blames everybody but themselves if you're still doing bingo. I mean, I'm sorry, it just... I did say earlier it seemed like she was holding her own feet to the fire a bit, but no, I mean, a lot of this just feels like you're not... You're so... There's this thing with people these days that I notice where people are so... You need to be able to see how I feel, but I will not make any fucking attempt to see how you feel. That's such a common thing now. The people that, like, are very... They demand that you are able to just fully scan them and emotionally read what they need and how to fucking handle them at any given time. But you don't ever really, like, see... That same person won't ever seem to, like, make a stop and be like, why was this person like this? What made them this way? Are they just an irredeemable bastard, or... Maybe they are, like, misunderstanding the fucking situation. I don't know, like, empathy, like, some kind of something like that. I mean, even just sympathy for the devil. Like, even if it's somebody who's, like, abusing you. I'm not saying it's like, oh, just excuse them for that. But it's like, there's probably... It's not just, like, they're just a fucking monster from the dark. They're born out of the darkness, and they just are a monster of malice. No. There's probably, like, a human being that's, like, misunderstood there. I don't know, look at fucking people like they're people, and don't just be like, you made one mistake, now I will hold you to... I will hold you accountable in front of my 1,000,000 followers, or whatever. This is so dehumanizing, this shit, every time. It dehumanizes the people making the fucking allegations, the people that the allegations are about. Every fucking time. We're rapidly heading towards the technology fucking... Now the end has just begun! Game over! Computer rain, motherfucker. Game over.
All of my friends
Game over.
Who, with me through this whole thing, and my friends who also were experiencing similar sorts of situations at the same time, and we kind of went through it together. So, I think they are the strongest people in the whole world, and they made me feel like the strongest people in the whole world today.
Strongest people.
Did I call myself people? I meant person.
Silly. Fucking... It's completely discredited.
I feel like the strongest people I did it again.
She said it twice in a row, people. She even said she was gay. You can't trust a single word she says.
I feel like the strongest person. They made me feel so brave. I felt impenetrable today. But I am going to go now because my friends are coming over and...
Okay, so she goes and she watches Love is Blind with people, and that's fine. And, you know, again, I do think this is... Again, we're about to get into the guy's, like, apology thing here. His quote-unquote apology. And I think there's some other thing that follows that up, too. But, yeah, it's more convincing than some videos like this have been. It's more convincing of a video that makes me go, this feels like she is actually hurt in some way, and maybe she's not handling this in the best way, but, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily her doing this to be a huge asshole. And just, like a lot of people do the whole, like, BPD moment or whatever. This doesn't really feel like that, necessarily. It's not the same thing. It doesn't feel like it's this, like, vendetta sort of thing. There's an element of that, a little bit, but it feels more like the kind of... the justifiable amount of that you would feel if you did feel that you were wronged by someone, I guess. And that's not to say that, like, he objectively did wrong her. Again, I don't know. It's all down to, like, there is no objective there. It's all down to subjectivity and the people involved. Like, it seems like she was consenting or whatever at the time, but yeah, I mean, like... I don't know. I mean, it's difficult to really come down on that as such.
We're immediately going to go become distracted by watching Love is Blind. I already watched all of it.
Go watch Love is Blind. So that's her thing. It's oh, that's a good pause frame. She looks like a monkey here. That's her video. It's more convincing than some of the videos like this. It feels like she has actually got some righteous indignation, whether or not that's, you know, misplaced, I don't know. But we're gonna... Here's his response here. Wilbur's apology with annotations to show how he's manipulating his audience. Okay, so this is now this guy's apology, but we don't like him, so we're going to specifically detail everything that he's doing that's wrong. See, this is what, like, are you sure this isn't bad faith? You sure you aren't going into this with bad faith and a closed mind? Are you sure you weren't going into this with bad faith? Because, like, you're not going to even let the guy have the chance of a real apology. This is the thing, too. Quote-unquote apology. He's been canceled. The allegations are out there. So now it doesn't matter that he has an apology. It's a quote-unquote apology. It's all done. I mean, it's all said and done. It's like, what can he say at this point, you know? What is he supposed to say? You're supposed to do the fucking cock apology where you just, I'm sorry, she's valid. And that's what most of this is. But, like, I'm not allowed to look at a video like this and be like, maybe she's doing this because of money or something. But this is the default response when somebody has their reputation hit by something like this and their fucking career is on the rocks and they're just like, you know, trying to make some kind of response. The default thing is to pick it apart and treat it with as little good faith as you possibly can. That's really interesting. It's really interesting to see how this type of video is made. That's cool. So let's see the apology. And I don't think it's a good apology. Let's see here. So, it's got a bunch of bullshit up top here that is the person's fucking perspective, I guess. Your perspective doesn't matter or change anything. Boy, that's ironic, you fucking idiot annotating this video. If you care about someone and they say they feel hurt, your perspective and intentions do not matter. They are hurt. Apologize? Don't defend yourself. Stop defending yourself. They said you did something. Just say you were wrong and apologize. Just stop defending yourself. They said they felt a certain way. You're wrong. Amazing annotation. 10 out of 10 annotation. Feelings are valid, but I'm going to contradict myself in the next page by claiming it was a misunderstanding and then gaslight you into thinking you gave me consent and it was mutual. Well, that's what's called his word against hers, though. What do you mean? Feelings are valid, but I'm going to gaslight you. What is this? What is this fucking response? This is all before we even get into the actual apology, by the way. This is just the preamble. You have to see all of this before you actually read his response to know how you're supposed to feel before you know how you feel. Yeah, him defending himself is him trying to gaslight her and I assume everybody else as well. So his actual response here: in the past week, a series of allegations have been made over my conduct from an ex-girlfriend. I want to emphasize that although I feel it fair to offer my perspective, this person's feelings are completely valid. Well, no, apparently it's not fair to offer their perspective. This person doing the commentating on this video can offer their perspective. It's not fair for this guy to offer his perspective in a scenario where he is being outed as an abuser and a monster. That's not fair. His perspective literally does not matter. That's cool. Hang on, I clicked off of the video. That's a shame. Here we go. Get back to the video here. His perspective literally does not matter in this video that's about him and is regarding him. It does not matter. Okay, I have taken my time sharing this statement as I wanted to process and respond respectfully and with the hope to gain a deeper understanding for the situation. During our relationship's final months, I regrettably became slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish. And now he's having to, like, apologize for being slobby. Or being like a slob. Like, what is this? You're an abuser because you fucking didn't, like, clean up after yourself. No, you're a loser. You're not an abuser. That doesn't track. You don't need to apologize for that. You don't. You really don't, actually. You don't. She shouldn't have felt like she needed to fucking clean up after you. You should clean up after yourself, probably. I mean, easier said than done on all of that, but, like, probably in an ideal world, that's what you should do. But anyways, continuing. These actions have caused a lot of pain to my ex-girlfriend, and I've since sought therapy to address these behaviors. See what I'm saying? You just make yourself a therapist. You go into therapy as a field. You are free money. Rest of your life, free money. You just sit there with some people babbling about how they feel bad for a little while, and then you give them some fucking Zoloft or whatever. You now have a house. You just bought a house. That is just money. You bought a house. Good job. You now own a house. Good job. Good for you. Get yourself into therapy, people. And I don't mean check yourself in to see a therapist. I mean become a therapist. That is free money. Also, maybe go to therapy, though. It probably helps everyone. I mean, let's be real here. Mental health is real and valid, everybody. Go to therapy. You could benefit from it, but also become a therapist and just it's free money. It's free real estate. Making significant lifestyle changes to rectify my past actions. I have come to realize how much my past behavior hurt this person, but I truly, compassionately believe I have made great strides from the person. I compassionately believe in my own strides. Compassion for myself. Great strides from the person I once was, and hope I can continue to grow and improve on this trajectory. This is like, God, this is what we expect from a guy who plays Minecraft. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what kind of clown world are we living in, though? Like, there's so many people who I'm sure are just looking at this, and this just seems normal and acceptable. And this is just a normal thing at this point. Why is it a normal thing when somebody gets accused of something like this? This guy is a Minecraft streamer. His audience is filled with fucking like 8-year-olds. Why is he issuing an apology that sounds like a bank or a fucking, like, internet service provider that found out that they were hosting a Nazi website and they got real scared or something? Like, what the fuck is this? Why do we need to have him write this corporate ChatGPT fucking apology, this fake-ass apology? Oh, compassionately, my changes, my actions, my behavior, I'm gonna take accountability and blah, 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 fuck off. You fucking play Minecraft for a living. This is so fucking fake, dude. This is so fake. You say, how should he apologize? I mean, I don't know, man. It's just so fucking fake, this, like, we understand your perspective. Like, fuck off, cunt. You play the game with the fizzly creeper man for a living. He does the sizzling, fizzling noise, and then he explode. And then he boom. And that's the game. And you play Minecraft for a living. You're a fucking internet clown for children. Why does your response look like a fucking cable company or something? What the fuck is this? But okay. Compassionately, he believes in himself. I was once and hope I can continue to grow and improve on this trajectory. So we continue shitting on this apology. Obviously, it's a bad apology, but it's not really bad for the reasons that this person's trying to say that it's bad. And I mean, this is certainly just one person's perspective on this, but I do find it interesting. This is kind of, this is the everyman's take on this apology, I guess, is to just treat it without any grain of salt, or with the biggest grain of salt. Treat it with all the salt. Treat it with no good faith in the slightest. Guy's a monster. He's a rapist. He's a piece of shit. He's an abuser. He did everything wrong. And the default thing that we do here is, I hurt this person, but, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong? I hurt this person in the past, but my actions now... What are you supposed to say? What do these fucking people want this person to say? What is he expected to say? Like, I'm sorry and I'll never do it again. Is that better than I'm sorry and I'm trying to do better in the future? Don't all these cunts say to do better? So the guy is literally here like, I've done bad and I'm gonna do better. And now they're complaining that that's not good enough. Now they're complaining that I hurt this person, but... Yes! I'm doing better! That's the point! I'm doing better! That's what it is. That's what it says. He's doing better. That's the point. He's trying to make the fucking apology you people want, goddammit. He worked on this with a team of cheerleaders. So this entire part here means absolutely nothing based on what he says in the next paragraphs. If you've truly changed and you're truly a better person, you would understand your faults. But oh good god, we're going fast all of a sudden. But he, not that fast, okay. But he continues to defend himself. I'll just play the video. What the fuck happened? But he continues to defend himself. Oh, that's the end of that, okay. People shouldn't have to say that it is not normal to bite them so hard they bruise. She was scared. She was scared of what he'd do if she told him to stop. Well, probably nothing, because they lived in different countries, and I don't even understand the fucking logistics of this, but, okay. Presumably while they were together, fine, but they were apparently long distance for some period in this relationship, so I feel like that was the moment she maybe could have fucking pulled the plug, she was scared. She did tell him to stop, but he continued. Yeah, that was the one thing. She said the safe word apparently once or twice, maybe. She said like once or twice, like sometimes. So it wasn't every time. It wasn't like the safe word was meaningless, but like, yeah, she would say to stop, and apparently sometimes he would continue. He wouldn't continue, but he would do like a final bite and then stop. Which is I'm not defending that. That's that's not good behavior. So yeah, no, that's one thing. Sure, that's you're fair to criticize him there for the times that happened, but like then she would say the safe word and he would stop though. So I mean, like, I don't know, actually, is that a fair critique? Because like it seems like the overwhelming amount, most of the time when he would get the safe word from her, he would stop. So like, what, I mean, yeah, he should have done it he should have stopped every time at that, obviously. But like, I mean, I don't know, like, she did tell him to stop, but he continued. Yeah, like, sometimes. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's not good. That's like the, I guess, the best defense I could come up with for that. Like, no, that's bad. Yeah, like the continuing to bite after the safe word. That's the biggest no-no in the whole fucking thing, right? I just do not understand this thought process at all. I would never, ever, ever hurt someone I love, even if they consented to it. Excuse me? Oh, okay, so you just wouldn't ever be in, like, an S&M relationship then. Okay, well, that's fair to you, but that's a common thing, though. This is just an invalid statement. Like, so they were both into it, though. According to him, like, in this statement, he says that she was She was into it. He was into it. So what the fuck? Why is it like why are people like, I don't know, kink shaming so commonly these days? I thought that was like a no-no. I thought you weren't allowed to do that. But now every time it's convenient for people, like it suddenly becomes like, if a guy has a kink, even if the woman's okay with it at the time, later on she'll just be like, no, it was weird. He was into biting me and that was weird. I said yes then, but it's crazy. He's a monster. He wants to bite people. He wants to bite people. It's like, it was like the fucking video. I mean, there's obviously circumstances with this guy where, he should have definitely stopped. But like, it just reminds me of the stuff with that, again, the scammer payback video, where it was like they made a whole big deal about how the guy wanted to like do like anal stuff with this woman. Like, all of a sudden, he's like the biggest monster in the world because he's got a fucking fetish, I guess. Okay. I thought we weren't allowed to kink shame. I thought that was bad. I thought we weren't allowed to do that. And now we just literally have somebody going, I would never hurt someone even if they asked for it and said yes. Well, okay. Thank you for the moral fucking judgment, I guess, on the scenario. I mean, it kind of sounds like you, I mean, I don't know. That's on you, I guess, but that's like a lot of thousands of people do that every day. So I don't know what the fuck this grandstanding is. So there's more here, but we'll read it here, the actual apology. The allegation of abuse, particularly in the form of biting, deeply shocked me. As deeply as you bit her? Throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges on the subject that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. I truly believe those personal messages exchanges reflect mutual affection and understanding. Out of respect for her, I chose not to publish them. Oh, eat my asshole, you fucking weirdo. No. Let me explain something to you, cunt. Don't do this whole out of respect to her. What respect? Fuck off. Fuck off. You are being accused of being a fucking sexual assaulter. Just fucking defend yourself, weirdo. What's wrong with you, fucking bitch tits? Fucking... Oh my god. You just literally just bend over. Just bend over. Give them the fucking whip and say sorry every time they hit you. Just let them whip you, and every time they hit you, just say sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have a penis. I'm sorry I was born with a penis. I'm sorry I have a penis. Just every time. Just let them fucking do it. Jesus Christ. You're just not allowed to even say anything. You're not allowed to defend yourself. You're not allowed to say anything. Literally, all these, like, responses, these little fucking blurbs in this video are basically just, how dare you defend yourself? Literally, that was what they said, was, stop defending yourself. You're just supposed to take it. Woman said a thing. You just roll over and die now. That's you were born with a dick. Sadly, you're 100% immune. You're 100% weak to woman say thing. You will die now. I'm apologies to you. Defect in the way men were programmed. You just have to be dead now. I am so sorry for you. Woman said thing. You must be dead now. Do not defend yourself. Do not pass go. Fucking hell. So it says here, this is probably the most manipulative part of this entire thing. Oh, the part where he says that because he's a little bitch, he doesn't want to... because he's a little bitch, he doesn't want to actually prove his innocence, and all the parts where she said she was into it. And I bet if he leaked his DMs or whatever, it would be a bunch of... fuck it. It probably would be a bunch of ooh-woo, daddy, fuck me. Fucking show us the DMs, fucker. Prove otherwise. Fuck you. Oh, out of respect for the privacy. Oh, do what she did. Blur the names. It's just some person you knew. It's just some person you knew. Here's some DMs I'm deciding to publish for no reason in particular. Just some person that I know. Names blurred out. Anyways, this person was super, super down with me biting them in this DM and this DM and this DM. Fucking show it to us. But okay, that's what we're discussing here. This is probably the most manipulative part of this entire thing. He is threatening her. He is making her feel like he has power, but he won't use it right now. He's setting the expectation for her and anyone else that he can leak your private conversations, but he won't. There's supposed to be an apostrophe there, so I assume it's like want, like he's want to do sort of thing, but he won't. but he is also trying to make himself appear to be a good person by not revealing them. I could do this, but I won't, because I won't reveal it because I'm a good person. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you, but I choose not to. I just don't know how you can have brainworms to this extent. I mean, this is the paragraph, it's like, it's just any defense that you have. I don't know, I just don't know what the guy was supposed to say. Was it just supposed to say, I'm sorry, I'll kill myself now? No, that would be manipulative. Well, what do you say? I'm sorry, I will never make another YouTube video? That would probably also be manipulative. What wouldn't be manipulative? These people are able to find a way to manipulate anything into sounding manipulative. So, like, anything he could have fucking said here would have been manipulative, right? Like, literally anything, you could find some argument to make it manipulative somehow. Any response. He could have said, my name is Jeff, and it would have been like, oh, he's trying to manipulate her by showing that he's down with the cool memes from 10 years ago. You know, I don't know, apparently being nice and saying I won't defend myself further is fucking manipulative, I guess. This is what I mean. It's like, why are you playing this fucking game, dude? Just fucking leak the DMs. Why are you playing this fucking game? Oh, I could defend myself against being called a rapist and having my entire reputation tarnished. I could, but I'm not going to. And it's like, what do you do? What happens when you don't? They still say you're a rapist and this is a manipulative tactic. So just fucking leak the DMs. Fuck this shit. What is this fucking shit? What is this fucking AIDS? Holy shit. Out of respect for her, I won't publish them. I choose not to publish them, and I emphasize my perspective is not shared to diminish or invalidate anyone's feelings. Instead, I share it in the hope that I can offer a genuine, fair, and relevant insight into my understanding of the situation. It's like, he's not even allowed to acknowledge that it's a defense of himself. He's not even allowed to acknowledge, like, in this world that we're in, you're not even allowed to go, yeah, I don't want my fucking entire life to be over, so I'm defending myself against these baseless accusations you've made with literally zero proof of anything. You're not allowed to say that, obviously. You're not allowed to even hint that that's what you're doing. So you have to do this whole fucking Mother Teresa tap dancey bullshit, chat GPT. We're sorry, your call is important to us, fucking statement. Oh, I recognize, what is this? This is the next point of contention for the video person. While I may perceive our interactions differently, I recognize that this person has processed and expressed feelings of hurt. I want to extend my sincerest apologies for any pain that I caused. That final statement there is basically, I'm sorry. It's like, it's the most blatant, like, upfront, I'm sorry. And then the one here, I guess, is basically like, I'm sorry you feel that way, sort of. The one that's like highlighted here. I guess that's what it's probably going to get at, is like, I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't know why that's not a valid thing. It's like, I'm sorry you've decided to, like, take to heart, maybe not in a scenario that's like an abuse allegation, but whenever somebody's like offended by something on fucking Twitter or something, it's like you make a joke and you're like, I don't know, I'm real sorry that you decided to be upset by this. What do you want from me? Like, you could have not been. You could have also chosen not to be upset by this, but you chose to be, so I'm sorry that it affected you. Like, no, you can't say that. You're not allowed to say that, you know. Well, let's see here. Oh, we still go here. We got more. Got more. This is from Will. The final paragraph here. I'm fully committed to understanding and addressing her concerns going forward. I hope my perspective sheds light on this situation without detracting from its message. I am dedicated to earning and maintaining the trust of those around me, and hope I continue to be held to these high standards I wish to attain and maintain. What high standards? Washing your ass? I mean, what high standards? Use detergent when you wash your clothes. That's the high standard. Apparently. Don't gnaw on people. That's the high standard. This is such a terrible apology, but it's funny because it's not terrible for really any of the reasons that this person has acknowledged that, like, it's a terrible apology for everyone. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, this is awful. It's just like, It's just bitching out hardcore. You're not able to defend yourself at all. I guess you're not allowed to. But then these people look at it as like you are defending yourself too much, and it's manipulative, and it's horrible, and the whole thing just, again, it just reads like a fucking email from your bank. This is just terrible fucking mess. Terrible apology. And the end of it, the high standards of what? Fucking not having mold on your plates in your bedroom, I guess. Yeah, something like that. And that's from Will there. And final thing here, there is literally no point to saying this at all, but to once again defend himself. Hang on. If he truly feels that how she feels is valid, then stop emphasizing that your view is different! I don't understand the cognitive dissonance that people have to have. Because I'm sure that these people, if you ask the person that made this video, or anybody that has this kind of opinion, which I'm sure is most fucking people, you look at her video, by the way, and it's like vastly positive like ratio, basically no dislikes. It's like everybody is on her side here. Nobody is supporting this Wilbur guy. And I mean, I don't really support him either, but because it seems like both of them are just like immature adult children, kind of, that should probably not be in a fucking relationship with each other, let alone maybe even other people at this point in time. Work on yourselves, and then fucking, date people. But like, whatever, I look at this from the social angle of like, this is the response to this, right? And it's like, that whoever made this video and the type of person who has this opinion, they're not going to outright state to you, like if you talk to them in a dialogue, they wouldn't tell you that they believe that people are guilty until proven innocent, even though their actions clearly depict otherwise, like they clearly demonstrate otherwise. Their actions will 100% demonstrate that they did completely guilty until proven innocent. You have been accused, there's no proof of anything, she feels these things, you're not allowed to say anything to your defense. Like, it's guilty until proven innocent. And I mean, the guy, it's like, let alone the fact that the guy's whole entire career is based around, like, people watching him and liking his fucking content or whatever. So, I mean, it is the court of public opinion in the truest possible way. You're going to pursue criminal action against him by means of just having people not follow him anymore. Having the word get out that he's a rapist who usually takes no for an answer. Again, yeah, he should always take no for an answer, but sometimes he'll bite an extra time. Not good. Not defending that. That's the one kind of kernel that's sticking out here. As if that part's true, then that's no good. However, again, he is pointing out here in his evil defense of himself, that she has messages that clearly show that she was into it. Would love to see those messages, but he's decided to do the bitch tits route of, I don't want to, I'm protecting the privacy. She's the one that decided to make this a fucking thing publicly, but I'm gonna protect her privacy now, I guess. Okay. I mean, like, it's fair, I guess, if she feels like she's been abused, she wants to go public, that's totally fair for her, but, like, I mean, do you need to, it is public, so why are you protecting her privacy? What are you talking about, fucker? Maybe that is a manipulative tactic. I mean, I wouldn't even say that isn't. It's definitely manipulative to the audience at the very least. It's very like, I'm a nice person. I mean, that's the one thing. This person's claiming that the guy's being manipulative in this apology. Yeah, he is. He's trying to fucking hit every checklist, every mark on the checklist of, being a good person and a good male ally or whatever the fuck. Being she's valid, her feelings, blah, 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 yada, 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 yada. And please forgive me, I'm a good person. I voted for Hillary, I promise. He was probably too young. No, actually, they're both like 30 or something, so no, he probably wasn't even too young for Hillary, people. This is what's sad. This is what's really sad. Oh, no, wait, he's British. Never mind. Never mind. You know what? Fuck it. He voted for Hillary anyway. He's just that good of a person. He loves women that much. Her response. Could not have imagined what I would wake up to today. My ex pretending he thought I would enjoyed being hurt, and all of my friends immediately coming to my defense. The support has brought me to tears. I don't even know what to say. I'll be back. I'd just be taking time. And for the record, I don't accept the apology. So, are you going to provide any proof that he's lying then? No? We're almost at the end here. Video's almost over. Yeah, support Shelby. She's provided no proof of literally anything, but support her, because that's where society is, I guess. She said it, so it has to be true. Like, I get it if you feel like... it feels so bad for people, because, like, I almost feel convinced. But there's so much of this now that I'm just like, I look at this response and like the way, I don't know, it's not even her fault the way people respond to all of this. I shouldn't hold her accountable. She is, hold her accountable, right. I shouldn't hold her accountable for what the fucking response to all of this is necessarily. I shouldn't necessarily be like less on her side just because of this video and the way that it's edited and the way that they responded to this apology and everything. But I will say, like, I don't know, yeah, his response is that he has messages about it, of her saying she was into it. Is this just a closed, shut case, I guess? I guess it's just it's a done thing, I guess, because he's not going to come out with he's not going to come out with her messages that prove his innocence, because he wants to protect her privacy, I guess. And she's just going to say that he's lying about her being into it, so we have no proof either way. She's not going to prove that she's not going to prove anything, he's not going to prove anything. We're at a fucking impasse, it sounds like. Sounds like neither of the people involved, maybe both of them just want attention. Maybe this was maybe this was a team up. Maybe this was a team attack. I don't know. Probably not, but shit, man. I don't know. It seems like it would be probably not that difficult for either of them to provide some kind of evidence. I mean, especially him. It sounds like he even has it, but he's just not going to fucking post it for some reason. Maybe he will. I hope he does. I think it would be really funny if he did. Yeah, don't negotiate with, like, cancel terrorists. When people do this whole, don't defend yourself! It's like, yeah, no, defend yourself. Do whatever you're gonna fucking do, because whatever you do, they're gonna tear you to pieces. So you might as well you might as well solidify your defense in this scenario as well as you can. Or just throw up a big middle finger and say, go fuck yourself to everybody, I guess. You know, when these types of people start deciding, and I don't mean the shovel woman. I mean the cancel pigs, as someone called them recently. When these types of people start carrying their torches and pitchforks, you know, there's no point in negotiating with them. There's no point in doing the whole, yeah, she's valid and I feel bad, and yeah, just don't even bother. there's no point. There's not even a point. Like, it's sad to say, even if you really do feel that way, it's like, what it doesn't do, it's not, you might as well just say nothing. You might as well just say nothing. Yeah, frankly. Just say nothing. Just fucking say nothing. Because at the point, like, anything you say, they'll just make it worse for you, apparently. Everything is manipulative. And so just say nothing. It's probably for the best. It's probably best to defend yourself by just saying nothing. I don't know. Again, I do feel this video is more convincing than a lot of these types of videos can be. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. There you go. It's more convincing than a lot of these types of videos can be. More convincing than Lex. More convincing than Hina. And of course, again, by convincing, I just mean convincing that it's not just a complete hit piece. That it's not just purely done out of malice, largely manufactured for the purposes of manufactured or massively overblown for the purposes of drama and attention or whatever other reason, you know. That's the kind of vibe you get from those videos. I don't think that's necessarily the case here. Again, as much as I feel negatively towards a lot of the people who are, you know, reacting to this scenario and they're like, oh, he's done, he's over, he can't defend himself. It's like, her actual video, I do think she feels that she's been wronged. Do I feel that she's been wronged? Not necessarily, no. I feel that that's, but from what I've seen here anyway, as an impartial observer, it kind of just feels like two people who are not emotionally really all there. And it's easy to make judgments on that sort of thing. Like, how can you're 30 years old and, oh my god, fatherless behavior, and that's funny. It is funny. But it's also understandable a little bit. I mean, and let's be real, in this scenario, in this techno future that we're trapped in, how do people wind up this way? I mean, a lot of the time it is literally fatherless behavior. It is, they were raised on computers by websites and TV shows and shit. It's users. It's users by any other name, people. How do people wind up like this? How do they wind up 30 and unable to fucking tell that dating a crazy Minecraft streamer who bites people is like a bad thing? Because you're a user. Because you are a user. You are a 30-year-old user. You are a sussy 30-year-old user. And the reason that you're not able to, like, live like a normal person is because you're a fucking user. And that's not a bad thing. We're all users a little bit, aren't we? Right? But that's what I'm saying. We don't need to cancel anybody here. We're all fucking users. Everybody involved in this scenario is just a fucking user. You're just a fucking user. You're just a fucking user, dude. You're just a snivelly fucking user, dude. You're just a weaselly little fucking user, dude. That was Keemstar, right? That did that. You're just a fucking liar, dude. You're just a weaselly little fucking. I think that was Keemstar. But yeah, no. I mean, it's users. It's the same thing we see in user streams. This is the type of stream. This stream right now. You know, I'm gonna play some music. I'm gonna put some music on because we're done. I'm gonna read some super chats here. But we'll put on a little music here. A little bit of Sims music again. No, actually, you know what? That's Sims 1. We always do Sims 1. Let's do some Sims 2. Let's do some Sims 2. Where's yeah, let's do a little build mode Sims 2. Yeah. But yeah, no, this whole scenario, there's no real heroes or villains. Everybody is just a user, frankly. This stream, a stream like this, it reminds me of, like, watching the 5th season of The Wire. What I mean by that is it's like... Well, I forget exactly. I think the 5th season of The Wire was the one that was, like, journalism in Baltimore. And each season of The Wire would be like a different facet of life on the streets or whatever, like the crime of Baltimore. And it would be like the drug crime, the education in one season. One season was journalism. One season was... My least favorite season was the one that focused on, like, the dock workers, the harbormen or whatever. This stream is like that, where our streams focus on users here on the Deadwing Dork channel. And this stream is another variant of a user stream. We're very much still talking about users, but they are just a different type of user. Instead of being DVD collectors, they are Minecraft streamers who haven't grown up. They're in their 30s and they haven't grown up, and I mean, I can sympathize in some ways, you know? Hey, I mean, like I've said before, I'm fucking homeschooled. You think I made it out of that shit unscathed? Good God, no. Good God, no. So I understand. But the thing is like, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to have any kind of... It's difficult to just be, like, on anybody's side in this thing if you really look at it. I mean, it doesn't seem like... It seems like two people that should have known better, but they both didn't. They both didn't. I mean, if we're being real, it seems like both of them should have known better. And they both didn't, and maybe hopefully in the future they both will learn not to do the things that they've done here. For their own sake and for the sake of others. That can be said of both of them, though. It doesn't seem like... yeah, the guy shouldn't have fucking... bit down after she said the safe word. You know what she shouldn't have done by her own admission? She shouldn't have told him after he said that he was feeling resentful toward her that he shouldn't feel that way and, like, invalidated his fucking feelings. That feels really, that's fucked up to me. I didn't like that. I felt that that was a part that, like, really bothered me. I don't know. That seems like something that you shouldn't fucking do to a person. Like, he's trying to speak up about how he feels, and now you're calling him, like, an abuser and all this shit. And it's just like, no, man, no. He was trying to fucking tell you how he felt, and you were, like, telling him that it's, like, invalid? No, that's fucked up. Just like him not fucking stopping. Like, it wasn't even like he continued for a while. By her own allegation, it was he would bite like one last time after she said, you know, the safe word. Still not good. I'm not defending it, but I'm saying, like, I don't know. I don't think that her behavior is that much fucking better. I don't think I'm not impressed with either of them. They're both fucking users. They are both users. They are both slightly more put together than the people raving about the Mario movie in the backseat of their car. We're gonna catch up on some super chats here. Thank you to everybody for stopping by. I hope you had fun. $2 from Idalia Arquilla. Jason's response to User's Paradise is pure gold. It sure was, Mega Man. Yeah, I'm disappointed that he didn't like it, sadly. It was very sad. I think it's possible that, he might have actually secretly liked it, but it's just kayfabe that he's pretending not to. I respect it if that's the case. I'm not gonna call him on that. But, you know, yeah, no, it was made out of a place of love. If he happens to see this stream, I will say, I'm sure he wouldn't watch this far, but, you know, if somebody clips this or something, I will say User's Paradise is a labor of love made out of my appreciation for Jason Gomez and Astro Boy and all of those types of people. Sonic Sega Gamer. Yes, it might not be the same type of appreciation that I get out of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like a good video game or a movie or something that I like, but it's a type of appreciation and enjoyment nonetheless. It makes me smile. Their videos make me smile, so I made a song and I was passionate about it. God damn it. I love them so much. It comes from a place of love. It really does. $5 from Aurelius. Happy leap year, Claw. Had a fucking terrible work day today, but at least I can give you my money. Well, thank you. Thank you for helping to make my work day a little better by giving me your money. I appreciate it. I hope the stream was able to make up for the bad work day a little bit. Yeah, it is a leap year, too. This is a fancy stream. This is a fancy fucking stream. Leap year stream. This might be my first ever leap year stream. I mean, I don't think it's my first leap year, but I don't know if I did a stream on the last leap year. Shoutouts to all the people being born today. Hell yeah. Let me see here. 3 months membership from Aniona 19. Thanks for the streams, dude. You're welcome, dude. We got more coming. I didn't get to the Chugga Foot Boy. We're gonna get to Chugga. I want to get to Dream too, because we've done now Wilbur. We got to get to the other accusations from the Minecraft YouTube community. The big ones, the Dream one, which I think was also proven to some extent it was proven fake. I know that his video is like kind of unhinged and features fucking Gumball, I think. It's just in the video for some... I don't know why Gumball's there, but Gumball's there. I remember people were talking about it. I would hear things out of context like, wow, that sounds like a hell of an apology video. Wow. $5 from Apocalypse Forever. Clar, you're going to cover the Jello Apocalypse localization situation. A bit old news, but still nuts. The 2 T's, so two. It's a butt. It's a B-U-T-T. I don't know about that scenario. I know that, ironically, but Jello Apocalypse, I know he likes poo. I know he likes the poo. He likes the poopy. Maybe that's a different person. I might be thinking of a different person. I think he likes the poo. I shouldn't say I know. I think he likes the poo. We really still going on this song? How long does this song go? Oh, we're like halfway through? No, man. Fuck that. Oh, this is a different song. Oh, this is so similar to the last song. No, fuck off. Give me this one. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know about the localization thing. I'm not familiar with that. Random Red became a member. Thank you very much. $2 from Random Red. I love you steams a lot, Deadwing Dork. Ooh woo. Well, thank you. I also enjoy steaming. Thank you. $5 from Mr. Gordon Freakman. I, for one, am happy with the drama channel direction you're flowing down. I mean, I was planning on stopping Funny Allegation February, but... what was it? I came back for, There was another one I did just a few days ago. My mind is a blank at this point. There was something I did just a few days ago that was kind of back on that bandwagon. But now this again, this just happened, so like, I don't know, I just find it interesting, the responses to these things. I never bothered looking at this sort of shit before, but now I'm watching it and like, wow, we really do live in a society. And it isn't the end of cancel culture, clearly. I mean, you'd think that it would be. You'd think that something like Mama Max, the whole Mama Max situation, where it's like, why would anybody ever use a situation like this? It's so serious. Why would anybody use this situation for clout and attention and money? And then they clearly did. He totally did, allegedly. Allegedly, he totally did. Allegedly. And, allegedly. And, you know, now this happens again, and, you know, you'd think that people would be a little more woken up to this shit. They'd be a little bit more like, okay, people are evil, and sometimes people will just lie, or obfuscate the truth a little bit, or just be wrong about things and be mistaken and have, like, I don't know, like, people are people. People are stupid and people, you know? And so, I don't know, people are still really willing to believe this shit, even when there's no proof of anything, you know? You're willing to you just assume the worst, I guess. I don't know. It's wild. I mean, that we really are just in that society. I don't know. It's kind of fucked up. It's very fucked up, really. I mean, but I mean, I guess if we know this, and we can just like, I guess we can work with this. I guess we can work with this knowledge and be like, yeah, I mean, crazy people are going to be crazy. Just don't pay them that much attention. I don't know. It's hard when you're like Minecraft YouTube guy though. Like, it's easy enough for me if somebody like when Neggy Springfield came out and he was like, Deadwing Dork has victims, and it's like, okay, fucking prove it then, cunt. But like, I don't have like a bunch of fucking people sponsoring me that are, you know, gonna pull out because they don't understand that allegations don't mean crimes. Or even allegations don't mean truth also, you know. So you got somebody like Minecraft Dream fucking Wilbur guy. He's probably got a lot more to worry about with his career fucking falling apart, you know. Just a bunch of Minecraft normies are not gonna fucking, they're just gonna apparently just immediately take, you know, take somebody's word for it with no proof. I mean, again, I don't know, the argument to this is like, but people should believe victims, and it's like, I get that, but you're being, I don't know, it's like, is this what good faith means? Is like, just kind of, like, being, like, not engaging in something, not engaging with something using any kind of critical thinking, I guess, is what I'm supposed to think, is like, okay, yeah, believe victims, but it's not like I haven't seen recently people lie about being victims, or, you know, use their victim status in a way to, you know, benefit themselves. That's like, that happens. It's not like I'm crazy or an incel for saying that. That fucking happens. So it's like, I don't know why we can't assume that, like, don't assume that that's what's happening, but like, don't just assume that the allegations are 100% fucking true either, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It would be a great world. I said it before. It's like the shoe analogy. You're in the fucking airport. You have to take off your shoes because some fuckers decided to put bombs in their shoes. You know? And like, now we all have to take off our fucking shoes. Does anybody want to? Probably a couple people. Maybe Chugga Conroy. But like, not me and not most people. You know, we all have to go to the airport. We take off our fucking shoes. We go through the stupid little fucking metal detector. You know, and it's very annoying. And nobody wants to do it. And it's the same thing, like, everybody would love to be able to just believe all victims and just have that be, you know, if somebody comes forth with something, of course they're telling the truth. Why would they lie? Who would have anything to gain from that? Well, that's just not the world we live in. That's just not the world we live in. I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know how to make the world different. I would love it if that was the world we lived in. It sounds like that would be a real fucking utopia. It sounds like that would be the Ricky Gervais film that wasn't very good called The Invention of Lying. I think that was the name of the movie. It was a really bad movie that had a really great premise, where basically this guy lives in a world where nobody has ever lied. Nobody's ever come up with the concept of lying. And then eventually he lies. And it just turns into... Eventually, it just turns into Ricky Gervais jerking off about how God isn't real. And it's like, there's so much you could do with that concept. That concept is brimming with potential, and all he did with it was just make it into God isn't real, lol. Lol, what if I made up God, lol, haha. It's funny, it's funny. The joke is that God isn't real, lol, haha. It's so funny. It's like, bro, make a real movie with that concept. Fuck off. Fuck off. I'm sorry, I saw that movie like 15 years ago and I'm still mad. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, that's why we're going down the drama direction. $2 from Dr. Grubius. Can you put a Markiplier face cam in the top left? No, sorry. I might do more face cam on my own at some point in the future. Now that I'm successfully grooming my hair to look like Kazuma Kiryu, but with a bigger forehead, you know, I think I can do the face cam, and I can look just enough like an asshole, you know? I'll wear my sunglasses inside and everything. I'll be like a rip-off Hugbees. It'll be great. $5 from Nightshade. Hello, dork. Can you say my name so I can be implemented into history? Well, congratulations, Nightshade. You're on the wrong side of history right now. You know something? There's a video game on the PS2 by the name of Nightshade. I believe that's its name. It is. It's called Nightshade. I just checked. And I think it's the sort of spiritual successor sequel to the 3D Shinobi remake that they had on the PS2. Both interesting games, kind of Ninja Gaiden. Sega's answer to Ninja Gaiden, but for the PS2 instead. Pretty fun. I recommend them. I think Shinobi, I think I played more of that one, and it's pretty good, but I think Nightshade's better. So go play Nightshade, you know? Go play your namesake. It's pretty hard, though. 3 months member from Mikey Jesus. This broad is not on my top 10 anime waifus. She genuinely has been talking about nothing for 40 minutes. I don't know about that. I mean, like, there is a perspective where it's like, I get what she's getting at in the form of, like, if you see these signs in your own relationship, you should view this in a bad way. You should be afraid. You should see this as, this is a red flag. You should run from this. The problem is her video, her part also contains red flags. But also just, I mean, the very basic fact that you should probably not date an immature baby man Minecraft streamer, or at least be very skeptical of dating such an individual. She doesn't seem to have been skeptical. Like, it's almost a comedy. It's like, let me list for you all the specific reasons why this baby man Minecraft guy can't, like, wash his balls or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know, I think I can just assume that. I can just kind of assume that, you know? Like, I get it. I get you had a bad relationship. I'm not even arguing that. But it's like, if the point of the video is to convince me not to date a Minecraft streamer, I already knew that. On both sides, because she's also a Minecraft streamer, and she's convinced me not to date a female Minecraft streamer either. Both sides. I'm both sidesing this pretty hard, just like YouTube. $2 from Can. It says she's asexual. They were only biting. I read that earlier. Yeah, I mean, somebody else said they thought that he was the asexual one. I'm really not sure. But if one of them is asexual, I mean, that's interesting. If there's some level of sexual frustration there. I was bringing up throughout the whole thing, like, why is it just depicted as just biting? There's nothing else going on. Maybe it's because the audience is young and she doesn't want to, you know, expose them to that sort of thing. Like, we don't need to get into the pink buddy being bent in half by Hina's fucking asshole or whatever. That's fucking wild details in that video, Jesus Christ. But, you know, we don't need to get into all that. No, maybe, but no, I guess if she's just asexual, I mean, that could be part of it. I don't know, shit, I gotta be real, probably unless he's also asexual, that might be a problem. I don't know how people make it work. I'm not asexual. If you've got a relationship with someone who's asexual and it's working for you, then, you know, great. And you're not asexual and they are, and it's working for you, great. I'm happy for you. I'm not condemning it. I'm just saying I don't think I understand it, and it sounds like something that could potentially lead to some distress for everyone involved. Resentment. What did I just disconnect? Oh god. What's disconnected? What is oh, it's the fucking keyboard. I made the mistake of there you go. I pressed the button with my foot. I have a USB hub down there. Motherfucker. But yeah, no, yeah, if there's an asexuality element of that, yeah, I mean, it's potentially a further cog in the works of why their relationship might have had some fucking roadblocks, you know, some speed bumps, I don't know. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Don't even have words because I'm laughing too hard. Have $2. I don't even know what you'd be laughing at. This stream was just depressing. $2 from Ranma Saotome. Just got home from work. Hooray for late streams. Yeah, the last couple days. Listen, I was half asleep and playing the new Final Fantasy VII all day. Final Fantasy VII 3, if you're counting. I guess it's 4, technically. No, actually, it's 4. I want to say it's Final Fantasy VII 3, because it's the third game that's Final Fantasy VII. I know there's Crisis Core and all that, but they aren't really like sequels. Remake is the sequel, and then this is the third one. But no, because Advent Children is also the sequel. There's one that's a movie, so I mean, that doesn't count, really, but it's also a terrible movie. Don't watch Advent Children. Just watch it. It's one of those ones, just watch a summary. Yeah, like, you don't even need the summary, really. It's so bad. I mean, there's some elements that are kind of funny and enjoyable. My favorite thing in that movie, okay, the best thing in fucking Advent Children, it's the part when they're, like, battling the guy in the air over the city. I think it's a Bahamut or whatever. And, like, they do this thing where they keep throwing each other up. So, like, Cloud is zooming through the air upward, and then, like, he like, grabs Yuffie and throws her up. Somehow, using fucking magic force, he just tosses her 100 feet above him, and then she's up 100 feet above that, and then she, like, grabs Vincent from out of nowhere and chucks him up even further up in the air somehow. It's so dumb. It's the greatest. I don't even know what they were getting at with that one. There's a lot of scenes like that. So if you want to see a so bad it's good action animated movie, I guess Final Fantasy Advent Children is what you want, actually. It's very unique. It's a lot better than the fucking Spirits Within, the other Final Fantasy movie. I will say, talking about Final Fantasy movies, I gotta be honest, that Kingsglaive movie for 15, I don't remember it being that bad. Everybody hated it. It was basically just an animated kaiju film that had, like, 2 of the cast members of Game of Thrones in it, and I think, oh yeah, and Aaron Paul was also in it. Jesse Pinkman was also there. And it's kind of stupid that you needed to watch it to understand Final Fantasy X. You really didn't. Frankly, it doesn't help you understand, or 10? 15. It doesn't even really help you understand Final Fantasy 15, frankly. But, yeah, no, that movie was okay. Everybody shit on that movie. I really gotta rewatch Spirits Within, because I haven't seen it since I was a kid, and I didn't even really like the games back then. I was like a weird poser who I liked the idea of Final Fantasy, but the games were too complicated and weird for me, so I couldn't play them. I gotta fucking watch that movie. I gotta watch the stupid anime that sucked too. Oh, I'm really fully in on the Final Fantasy now. 420 from Ray. The frustration is real. Time to get high. Hell yeah, brother. Enjoy the Sims tunes for a second. Yeah, buddy. You're goddamn right. $5 from Autistic Wolf. I'm hoping she'll provide evidence like a voice recording of him being verbally abusive and it's just her being really mean to him the whole time. Oh god, that would be funny. Yeah. No, I mean the ultimate end to this scenario would be if there was a situation like with Spencer, where the audio gets leaked that she's actually abusing him, and she's like, "I'll break your fucking legs" or whatever. She's like threatening him. That would be the be all end all, wouldn't it? That would be just too good, frankly. $2 from Ranma Sotome. Women, with a rolling eyes emote, and then it says, "I am a woman. It's okay for me to say this." Well, thank you. Thank you. Your opinion is valid and heard. I appreciate it. And if anybody wants to say that her opinion isn't valid and heard, then how about you shut the fuck up, okay? Okay? She literally said how she felt. Do not question her. You know, every time that something super feminist happens, I'm always reminded of the trailer music for that Batwoman show, where it was literally like a song that would just go, "I'm a woman." It was great. You would see a lot of channels that would make fun of TV shows and stuff. They would just cut to the "I'm a woman." It's always good. It was always good. Let's see. $2 from Dr. Grubius. Watch her go and start dating Dead Six. Dead Six, I feel like he would also be into biting. I believe it. $2 from Dr. Grubius. It cost $400,000 to watch the cat for 12 seconds. Unbelievable. These youngins today, these Minecraft streamers. This is the economy. This is what NFTs have done to the US dollar. $2 from Autistic Wolf. And then there's a bunch of explosions. Are you drunk? Are you drunk again, Wolf? Are you drunk? I don't know. It seems like you might be drunk again. I hope you're alright. Are you hissing like a snake? Why are you hissing? What's going on, buddy? What's going on? Stop it. Get some help. $2 from Reverend Cudgel. The night editing the apology is so white, I'm blind. The night editing the apology is so white, yeah. I'm blinded by the whiteness of this night that has, yeah. It took me a second to get exactly what you were... I thought that was weird ebonics for a second, but... No, I pick up what you're putting down, Home Slice, yeah. No, it's like a white knight, but I mean, it could be... I mean, white knight would imply that it's like a guy who's trying to get pussy kind of thing. I think it's more likely that it's probably just like a... You know, another, like... brainwashed young person, Me Too person, probably a woman who... You know, just hears allegations and assumes rape, and, you know, doesn't recognize that... I don't know, we've got our... Clearly our society has some growing up to do. Let me see here. 420 from Silly Palm. Truly Shakespearean stream. What am I? Bitten! Yes, it's, we're entering the dream-like lands here. We're entering a place that we might never come back from, people. We're entering the scary door. No, that's the wrong song. God damn it. We're entering the scary door. All right. Well, this song's not particularly dramatic or anything. I just like this. It's a nice Sims 2 song. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Papa Claw. Artist. Musician. Entertainer. User. Bear. That's right. I'm all those things. And more. All of this in one bear. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Yeah! Feet! There's like 100 foot emojis. Thank you. $5 from Make New Username. Don't let weirdos convince you that normal people don't exist anymore, Claw. But I don't know, it's mostly weirdos now. I mean, like, normal people... Here's the thing, though, I'm not normal. Most of us are not normal, so it's like... Normal people exist, but they're out of the purview of people that I would want to fucking be around, to be completely honest. I'm not talking, like, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's like, what am I gonna do? I talk about Final Fantasy VII with, you know, with normies? No. It has to be weird terminally online people. That's like the only way, but you just need to find the the subset of them who aren't completely insane and will kill you in your sleep, or like cancel you over questionable reasons, you know, whatever, or bite you. I mean, it goes the other way too. Like, yeah, I mean, you want, if you're like a lady, or even just a guy, whatever, if you're anybody, you're trying to, you like date people, and you're like, you've got some niche interests or something. Yeah, good luck not finding a fucking psychopath. Good luck not finding somebody who's fucking insane, especially if you are into like S&M stuff. Good luck finding a fucking well-adjusted human being who's all right in the head, who's got like the same fucking wacky fetishes that you do. Yeah, good luck with that. Just have fucking fun with that one, you know? Like, no. That's the problem. It's like, yeah, normal people exist, but I'm not really one of the normal people. My music collection at the very least demonstrates that. I'm not gonna be able to fucking I'm not gonna be able to converse with a normal person. What am I gonna say? Oh, think about all the lovely Mama Max drama that we've been having. And then they would just cock their head and go, Taylor Swift! And then I would just die. I would just die. And like, I can't die. I have so many more people to make fun of. It can't happen yet. It just can't happen yet. $2 from Slug Boys, Black Brains. Jason about to drop a diss on us, Claw. I hope so. I think I said when you informed me of that's like the best case scenario. Like the best case scenario is that we get a diss track from Jason Gomez, really. Like personalized to us. That would be way better than when Mr. Girl made a song about being a pedophile, and one of the verses was shoe on head, dead wing, and moist hypocritical. I mean, that was cool to be inducted into that pedophiles Hall of Fame, but I would much rather have a diss track about us by Jason Gomez. Hell, you and me, Brains, but the whole sicko army, the whole Brains kingdom, the Super Brains kingdom. I mean, it's war. If he wants war, it's war. I don't want no beef, but he doesn't like the song. He's got war if he wants it. That's open declaration right there. And by war, I mean don't harass this person. I mean just nice war. It's just a nice kind of, it's the kind of fictional war where we just call each other poopy heads or whatever. It's that kind. I love you, Jason. We all love you. It's all in good fun. We love you. I just want to make that clear because I know that some certain people might have difficulty understanding certain jokes that I make. So just to be perfectly clear and upfront, I am a big fan of the Super Origami Kingdom and all of the people involved who do not groom children on Roblox or anywhere else. Specifying one specific person in terms of the Roblox thing, but anywhere else just in general as well. I don't know. I'm just covering my bases on that one, you know. Let me see, $2 from Autistic Wolf. Can you give us a good pronouns before you go, Bear? Well, there you go. You know, somebody asked me to put pronouns on the soundboard, but then quickly someone else pointed out, and I agreed with them, that it's better when I just say it. Like when I do the pronouns voice myself. I find it funnier. I think other people like it more. I could have him shout pronouns. That could be a fun thing to have on the soundboard as well. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from still giving a good hearty gender ambiguity, you know, like, you know, just a little bit of that as well. But, you know, could also have it on the soundboard. But I think I think I like it better when because the thing is, the way he says it isn't as funny. I try to make it as fast as possible. I'm better than him, straight up. So, like, I try to make it funnier than him because I'm better than him. So, like, when he says pronouns, he, like, pronouns! Like, he draws it out. No, man. Pronouns! You know, just make it like a quick bark. That's what makes it funny. It's the bark of pronouns. You gotta make it as quick and truncated as possible. You just really take a fucking bite out of it. You know, like, just make it one syllable if absolutely possible. That's what really makes it happen. That was at least 3 pronouns, by the way. You owe me another $3. Thank you. No, that's fine. That's fine. $5 from Liminal Ruin. I grew up during the Satanic Panic and saw the effects that weaponized false allegations can have. I trust no one without proof. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, nowadays it's sexual assault. Back in the day, I mean, I think it's Chud Logic who said a few times that, like during the, I think it was Nick is Not Green, he said, this is the type of person who would have, like, been the first to round up, you know, black people back in the era when you would, you know, like, someone would cry a foul and, oh my god, he touched me, and they would all just kind of, you know, certain people would just be quick to like, oh my god, say no more, I'm just waiting for an excuse to get lynching, oh my god, I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I think it's just can't fight it. I always think it's just can't hide it. I don't know. Yeah, you know, I don't know if I would necessarily go to that extent. I think that's funny, but yeah, no, I mean, it is. There's different types of allegations you can make about people throughout fucking history. Like, witch trials is the one that people often go to. This is just like the Salem witch trials. You know, this is a witch hunt is the term. Total witch hunt, it's total BS, it's totally fake news, it's totally bogus. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of things throughout history. I mean, it's not just sexual assault. That's the current one. That's the one that's trendy now to use somewhat for emotional manipulation of the masses. And I'm not saying that that's true of every person. That's the unfortunate thing, is that some people will come out and have real claims. And then you'll have scenarios, and I'm not naming any names here. I would never name names. I'm just gonna leave a trail of breadcrumbs so you can figure out who I'm talking about. Then you have some scenarios where maybe some people weren't necessarily abused, but they were convinced by a selection of friends and, you know, ass patters that they did nothing wrong and that they made no mistakes and that there was no way that they could have told that the individual that they were dating maybe wasn't right for them. I don't want to lay out any identifying information about who I'm talking about here. And so they're convinced that it's more of an abusive relationship than maybe it really was. You know, because, you know, various people kind of overblow certain things. So that's one thing. But then, yeah, you do have people like, I mean, like the Keffels effect of just people who, you know, the moment they have an excuse, they'll just use the trans card. They'll use whatever real-life Yu-Gi-Oh card they can play, you know? And, basically just, you know, basically. 5 months member from Folger Kelly, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry I missed stream last night. Thanks for looking at Kalobi. How much dollars to watch this terrible animated movie, Our Drawings? It's insane. I have it on the bookmarks folder. It's to come. I didn't realize I should watch it until later last night. Somebody left a super chat and I was very confused and I was like, what the fuck do you mean watch Our Drawings, you stupid cunt? And then I was like, oh, right. We're talking about, this was during the Kalobi segment. Right. Yeah, no, that movie looks weird. It's like an hour something long. Apparently it was made with AI. It looks like a Frozen ripoff or something. I don't know. We'll look at that at some point. I think that'll be fun. That was the channel last night that had the very strange videos about Inside Out and Riley from Inside Out and the rules she must follow. $5 from Kinka Joe. It's been a weird night listening to the stream as an asexual in a 10-year relationship. Anyway, love you, Claw. You know, more power to you. Again, I want to make it clear, when I say something like, I don't understand, this seems like it might lead to problems. It's like, yeah, it's not me, like, condemning you or saying you shouldn't exist or something. It is just me, like, I don't know, in the very least, I can get why that could create problems. I don't think it necessarily will. It won't absolutely cause problems for everyone, but I can... When that chat member mentioned that, I was just like, oh man, jeez, how about that? That's just an extra thing, right? Like, it's an extra thing that adds to it. No, but you know, I'm happy for you that it's working out for you, and nobody's left any unwashed laundry lying around on cupboards for you to clean up. I'm glad it hasn't taken a turn for the worse. $3 from Autistic Wolf. Here, now give us 3 gender ambiguities! Please, Bear. Well, I mean, okay, but I can't just do 3 of them without any context. I mean, like, I'm not like a fucking trained circus monkey. Like, you can't just make me just say a thing and I'll just say it. Like you just tell me, say gender ambiguity! And then I just say it like Tana. Like you're like iDubbbz and I'm Tana or something. Like you literally came up to me and you were like hard art, like say gender ambiguity! God damn it, I said it 3 times, people. God damn it. I can't believe I walked right into it. I can't believe that the worst possible thing just happened. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. Alright. Well, that'll do it for the stream. Thank you for stopping by. It's a bit late now. I'm gonna probably go, fucking fall asleep. I guess I should probably order some food or something. I'm not that hungry. What do I have for lunch? Do I have anything for lunch? I think I had something for lunch. Oh yeah, I had fucking tuna for lunch. It was big tuna. I tuna maxed pretty hard. It was good tuna. I got my mercury fill today, so I mercury maxed pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm done with the stream. I'm gonna go sleep probably, and then maybe tomorrow we'll do some more stream. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if we'll do a stream tomorrow. I might take a day off. For fuck's sakes, let me live my life. Maybe I'll take a day off. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Take it easy, people. Penis, and stop raping me, please. Thank you. Thank you. I would appreciate that. Thank you. I would really prefer if you would not rape me. Oh yeah, by the way, I guess thank you for letting me not do as much work. I guess whenever we get to the Chugga Conroy, stream, I guess I'm just not even gonna fucking do my homework. I guess we're just gonna do it live. That's what the poll has concluded, is that we're just doing it live. You don't even want me. You let it be known that when I show up completely unprepared and don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just gonna pin my own comment that says chat made me stupid. Chat literally abused me into being stupid, and now I've been forced via democracy and peer pressure to be stupid on stream and uninformed, and it's all chat's fault, and I went along with it because I was too scared to say no, goddammit. I was just too afraid to say no, and it's all chat's fault, and they made me a drunk